There. Now it works. Yeah.
God, we watched an episode of something the other
Wait.
night, and they were like, "But yes, they're an
And we're live. First try. It worked. I know how things work. Welcome,
Joe
everybody.
definitely did not struggle with that at all.
Yeah, Windows updates are terrible. So, welcome everybody to the start of our next campaign here on Defenders of Kobold. I'm going to be attempting to run my first BFRPG campaign, and everyone's going to suffer through it in many ways. So,
thanks, Joe.
yeah,
it gives us so much confidence.
Much hope.
Yes,
much hope.
But all right. Let's see. I think we're just gonna start up with where you guys are at, which is you are on a caravan that is traveling for the next 2 days to get to a mining camp. This mining camp has put out a little job for hire that they're needing people to, one, escort the contents of this caravan that you're on, and then two, stand guard for a few days while repairs are made to the drills at the mining camp. So after you're there and the drill's back up and operational, you get paid your share of 100 silver each.
Add that to my character sheet. Or wait, is that when we get done?
What's when you get done?
Oh, well, we're going to get it anyway.
Is it per player or per character?
Per player.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That 300
that's
silver
currently where you guys are at. You're on this caravan traveling. Along with you are a few people. So what looks like a few engineer and mechanic type people. They've been they're along to basically deliver the drill parts. Like that's pretty much the point of this whole caravan you guys are on. Is it has a bunch of gears and cogs and things that are used to repair the drill, some oil. And then along with them too is this other man who's kind of the one that gave you the job. This eccentric explorer type who was interested in this site named Athenheimer. And as he's kind of looking around this caravan it's already been about 2 days of travel. Says to each of you, he's like, we've been traveling for a few days. I don't really know who any of you are yet. Why don't you introduce yourselves? And so we'll start with Chuck. Who are you playing as?
Hey, I'm playing as Torg, our dwarven fighter, and I am going to fight things with a longsword, because that's what came in the equipment pack. So yes, I'm Torg.
Yep. It does that.
Yeah.
All right. Dan, who are you playing?
Hey, my first character of the night, I'm sure will be short-lived, is George the Halfling Thief, who has basically no bonuses at all. And has a short sword and hopefully won't fight anybody ever because he will not live.
Maybe not. Eddie. I can't hear you, Eddie.
Oh, I muted. Sorry. I am here. I'm Eddie. My first character of the evening is Norholin Grimkeep. He is a retired dwarf fighter. He likes long puffs on a pipe, long draws on a beer, long days working in a farm field, long naps, and nobody ever asking him where he's been or which wars he's fought in. He doesn't like to be set off. Yep.
All right. And Jake.
I'm Jake, and I'll be playing an Estrovian human thief named Waylon Bade. He has a crossbow and 1 hit point.
Awesome.
Also a winner.
1 hit point. Fantastic. Okay.
Stealing your identity.
Yep.
Nice.
As they do. All right. So yeah, you guys are traveling from the country of Estrovia down to the country of Veshkal. One thing that you'd all know is that Estrovia is kind of they're a little bit more technically advanced than some of the other surrounding nations, a little bit more wealthy. They've got some bigger cities kind of in the center as the capital. Um, and they're just doing pretty well in general. Veshkal is full of mineral deposits and all sorts of resources that haven't really been tapped into because the people there aren't really interested in all that. They live pretty much off the land and don't have much need for all that stuff. And for the longest time, Australia has been trying to um, get at that in different ways through like skirmishing or politically, and only recently, within the past few years, have Veshkal agreed to allow contracts for mining camps and things to be opened up. Um, so you guys are on your way to one of these first mining camps that is set up pretty close to the border. Um, and you've been told that it's been plagued by some raids from bandits and things that are causing a lot of havoc, interrupting the mining operations. And they would like you guys to not only make sure that this caravan gets there safe, but to stay as like extra protection while all hands are on deck repairing the drills. Um, and then once it's back up and everything's good to go, then you guys are free to do whatever you want from there. So, um, it's about a day out from, you have about a day left of your travel. You're on the caravan. Is there anything you guys are interested in, like crew wise? This would be time you'd be able to talk with anyone. Another thing to add. So this caravan and most of the people that you're with are a part of the Northright Corporation or the NRC. They do a whole bunch of different things in Estrovia, but they're mainly the company that oversees most of these mining camps, and they have their hand in pretty much everything technology related in Estrovia. So your contract is with the NRC, and Athenheimer is the guy that's been pretty much appointed to make sure you guys do your job, and he will pay you if you do everything as he sees fit. So he's kind of a source of information on what you guys are doing, where you're going, anything that you might want to know.
All of our contracts have other duties as assigned in them.
Sorry, you cut out for the beginning of that.
Say it again, Dan.
I said all of our contracts have and other duties as assigned in them.
Not necessarily, but yeah. So pretty much the only thing that you've been that you've
Why am I
accepted is
answering
that you're
questions
just
on
going
user
to-
policy?
Right. Nah, the only thing that you've accepted is that you're just going to get the parts there and make sure that it's able to get the drill back up and running.
Okay.
You don't have any obligation for it to stay running or whatever. Like, you're just get the parts there, buy enough time for them to fix it, and from there you can do whatever.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Let's get to it.
Sure. So your day passes. Start of the next day. It's pretty early in the morning after you get going again. You come over a hill, and as you're passing over and you look into like the next valley between the two hills, you're able to see this mining camp. And it seems to be just kind of drilling into the side of this big rock face. So this area is kind of deserty, and there's lots of like kind of plains and lightly forested areas in it, but for the most part it's a desert with every so often there's big like rocks and just a few like plateaus and things sticking up from it, but it's mostly like a pretty dry, pretty hot desert area. So right next to one of these plateaus, this mining camp is set up. You can see its walls and things put up, and you're able to see that there's another caravan that's been pulled up there, and you estimate probably about 15 to 20 people there, just from the buildings and tents and stuff that you can see from coming over. As you approach and you're getting closer to the walls, uh, you see a group of people. Um, they seem to be native to the area. Uh, they're not dressed up in anything that looks like the NRC equipment. Like most of the people from Estrovia or the NRC, they wear like um, or like leather or adventurous clothes that you'd recognize. But these people are wearing like cloth, and it's all pretty colorful. And they seem to be kind of staring intently at you as you're going into town or into the camp.
I don't have any money yet.
Sure. And you enter. From there, as you pull in, a few people hop off the cart and immediately start unloading it and ask for help in that. And you see in the center of the camp is this giant drill that's been pulled apart mostly. It looks like they're are just waiting for these parts. It's not operational anyways, but you just see this large cylinder and a bunch of gears around it that looks like it's meant to just bore straight down. And there's currently about 4 people that are in the works of disassembling it and getting it ready for repairs. And they all perk up and start cheering like, "Oh, finally, you guys are here!" And you're able to unload and get them started on that. From here, there's probably about 12 hours left in the day for you guys to do anything, asking questions, talk to anyone that you want to here.
Well, the two important questions are, where's the booze?
Sure.
And is there any extra work we can pick up?
Okay. So there's a bit of a mess hall tent, and they're like, well, if you need any, refreshments, food, water, or booze, what we have, that would all be over here. And they direct you that as such. And they're like, as far as extra work, you could help us with maintaining the drill, or unloading the carts, or just scouting, and making sure our perimeter walls are up. They say that they've been raided in the night by bandits a few times, and they're not sure how they keep getting in. It's usually at night when they're asleep. There hasn't been any like casualties or anything yet. It's just usually they seem to raid and steal stuff from them. They'll steal like tools. They'll steal food. They'll disassemble parts of machines and just throw rocks and sand in them to cause problems. But there hasn't really been. They haven't been able to figure out how they keep getting inside.
Sounds like a bunch of asshole children.
Do they have guards?
They do. Yep. So out of the 20 of them, usually 4 stay up at night to watch. But they haven't been able to catch these raids. They don't really know where they're coming from.
Maybe the thieves can go around and check out the walls and see if they see something.
Sure.
Yeah, I was going to
All
say
right.
we can all just go on a patrol around.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. If you want to start there, let's see.
Tag on this perimeter examination.
Perimeter
Oh, I
examination.
figure.
Yes.
Give a little one of these.
Sure. Let's see.
See if any part of the wall looks particularly nervous.
What skill would that fall under?
Intelligence.
Yeah, I guess just a flat intelligence check. Whoever wants to make that, I'll let you roll it, and then I'll give you a +1 for every additional person that's helping.
Torg can roll that. Torg is
Okay.
smart as shit.
My characters are not particularly sharp, but they'll certainly help.
All right, my roll is a 12.
Okay. 12. Do you have any? What's your modifier to that? Or just a +2?
Yeah.
Okay. And then is your intelligence modifier flat as well?
No, my intelligence modifier. Oh, I didn't add your bonus. My intelligence modifier is 2.
Oh, okay. So 2 plus 3, so 15 total.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
That's not bad.
So, with the 15, as you guys are going around, you see that this camp is kind of like built alongside of this plateau, and you don't see anything wrong with the walls. They all seem sturdy. You don't find any holes. You don't see signs that it's been dug under. But kind of as you complete your walk around it and you see that on either side it ends on this plateau, you kind of get the feeling maybe they're coming from over the top of the hill or over the top of the plateau and maybe coming down.
Yeah, that seems pretty easy. How far down would it be?
Probably about a 60-foot drop from the top in.
That's not impossible.
Yeah, assuming they have
Rope.
rope climbing gear. Yeah, some people at the top just holding on.
How hard would it be for us to get up there from here? Like, is it somewhere you can like walk around and get up there?
Sure. So as you start walking around, you see that it's kind of raised on all sides. But on the far side of it, on the opposite side of the camp, it's a little bit more of a slope. It's pretty steep, so it's difficult terrain to climb up it, but it's not so much that you need a roll to get up there. But you're able to, after you spend a bit of time, climb up and you're on top of this plateau that looks down.
Might be able to see if there's like tracks or any signs of people climbing up and down it or something possibly. So,
Sure. Give me another intelligence check.
oh boy.
Someone else want to take that, or you want me to roll it again?
If you want to, you'll be better at it than I am.
Sure.
I'm happy making suggestions.
I'll inspect it. It's a 19
All right.
just on my own.
Okay, so not only do you find tracks, but you find places where it looks like they've had maybe some climbing gear secured. You find like spots in the ground where things have been hammered and then removed. And with a 19, you're even able to deduce about how many people you think have been doing this. You see for sure at least 4 different sets of tracks. So
Okay.
seems to be at least 4 people have been a part of this. And you also see that there are like multiple places that these tracks have been done. They're all pretty close to the same spot, but it looks like they've gone in like a slightly different part of this wall each night. Because can't mention that this has happened a few times over the past few weeks.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly how.
Maybe
So
we could
we're,
try and capture them or something next time they're coming down.
or we can go see if we can find a trail on the other side and hunt them down and murder them now.
I mean, murder might be extreme
that
since
too.
they haven't been killing anybody, but sure.
They paid us to protect, get the drill running.
Mhm.
We'll give them a long-term solution.
Yeah. You would know too, it's kind of a change in tone from when you were hired. When you were hired, they didn't say that nobody was dying. They said like our camp is being plagued by bandits. It's pretty annoying. They're causing a lot of problems, they're just causing a lot of issues for this mining operation. They're not able to do any of their work. They didn't mention that nobody's died and then it's only been like attacks straight on the operation itself. Like nobody's
Yeah.
been hurt. And they kind of downplay that when you talk to them on the camp. They're like, they're causing problems and they're bandits, but I guess no one's been hurt.
Greedy corporations, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they'd prefer them dead, but
Sure. Yeah, and they're like, whatever you have to do to stop them, like, we just care that the drill gets back up and running. Part of the reason they want you to stick around for that is because it's a pretty complicated drill, and most of the crew is going to be working on that. And they're not going to have quite the manpower to also keep watch at the same time. So they figured an extra few group or a group of an extra few people just to have an extra set of eyes would definitely be useful. So you're wanting to follow the tracks to see where they lead?
yeah, I'm not opposed to trying to surprise them instead.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Give me one more intelligence check, or if anybody has like something particular to tracking. In any of their
That would probably fall under wisdom.
wisdom. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do a wisdom check then.
Not me though.
If we have like a scout or somebody like that in the party, I'm trying to remember what our party setup was.
I'm playing my fighter tonight, so no.
This is
Jake,
my.
Jake,
I'm
what do you
playing my
think?
fighter.
I'm also playing the thief. So
Okay. Well,
We're
George
great in
is-
bar fight, not so great at tracking.
Yep.
George
Saw
isn't-
you, Dan.
oh boy. Let's say I'll just roll d20 then.
Sure. All right, 13, and
That's okay.
then
I get no bonuses.
and then you're getting a bonus for everyone that's helping, just a +1.
Oh,
So
okay.
16 total. With that, it's pretty hard because it's a desert, and there's been multiple tracks, and it's been pretty windy in the past few days. So you don't see like this clear cut out set of tracks going in a particular way. But you do see, as you're kind of following this trail off of the plateau, you can kind of see where they head towards, and it looks like they're moving south of this camp.
Okay, so we can kind
So you
of
get like
take
just
an
a
approximate
general
guess.
direction, yeah, south.
Yeah. We got 12 hours of daylight to work with. Let's go for a walk.
Yeah,
Sure.
let's work up some thirst.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys head south. It's desert. Occasionally you come across like tufts of grass and a few like just small trees here and there, but for the most part it's pretty dry. And after about 4 hours of walking south, and as you come over a bit of a ridge, you see what just looks to be like a native settlement of people. You see just a bunch of pretty simple like wooden and mud houses. There's a few farms that are set up. This looks to be like this small village, probably about 30 to 40 people.
Imagine someone here probably has an issue with the drill. If I had to take a guess.
Yeah. Shall we go introduce ourselves?
Yeah, might as well.
All right. Is there any particular way, like you guys, are you wanting to stealth that, or are you just wanting to walk into town, see who's
Walk
up?
into town. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless our
All
thief
right.
friends want to sneak and I can just walk in.
Sure.
I'm cool just walking in. That's my plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
fine with walking in behind you.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Sure.
driving much to be gained by sneaking in broad daylight.
All right. So as you near up to the town, you see that there's like a few people out in the fields, just collecting some grain, and then there's a few people outside of their houses tanning and putting up some clothes to dry. You see a few kids running through the street, and it just seems to be like a pretty lively little town. And after you get pretty close to the town like boundary, a man steps out that looks pretty burly, and he's got a like a longbow on his back, and he's got a hand up on it. It's like, "Hey, what are you guys doing out here?"
out on a walk on this warm summer day.
It's pretty warm for a walk, but it's nothing of interest over here. Start town.
Well, yeah, you know.
It's more interesting than the desert.
Also, we're walking along the path. We're from the settlement 4 hours that way, and we've been having some trouble with people sneaking in at night. And the trail that we followed out of town led us here. So we're just wanting to see what's going on.
If by settlement you mean the thieves that moved in north of us,
Yeah, we've been hired
yeah.
by the thieves to, see what's going on.
Well, nothing's been going on. Not sure what you're implying by that, but yeah, we're aware of our neighbors to the north that moved in a few months ago.
What about them makes them thieves?
They're here on our land, taking our resources. They've not been allowed. Not sure why they're here. They say they have some decree and some right, but no one here said that was okay.
That's like
Well,
a social problem that I don't know if we have enough knowledge to speculate on.
yeah.
Is this land owned by one of the governments, or is this like an indigenous area?
So you would know that for the most part, most of the natives here they like to live off the land for their in most. There's a lot of like monks and druid type people that live in Veshkal. Um, it's only been very recently, within like the past year or two, that they've allowed any sort of outside nation to come in and drill or do anything related to their country. They usually keep foreigners out for anything other than just travel and some light trade of like food and stuff like that. But they don't really normally let people in
So
for
they have
big
like
operations.
a government of some sort.
You would know that it's kind of like a commonwealth or like a tribal system. So there's a bunch of different families and clans and groups that all kind of band together to form some form of government. They kind of decide on like what their borders are and how they respond as a whole to certain things. But not a whole lot comes up with that. You wouldn't know a whole lot being an outsider on how all that works, but that'd be like the surface knowledge that you know is that it's just a bunch of different clans. You probably wouldn't even know any of their names individually, but
Sure. So I guess the question is, as long as the mining outfit has permission from whatever clan's land they're on, then it should be okay.
yeah. And the Allenheimer, the guy that traveled down with you, he mentioned that they recently acquired a contract to be able to drill here. So he believes that they're allowed to.
Mm.
So
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe we
Mhm.
can give that information at least, that they say they've got a contract with whoever is in charge here.
So you
Well,
relay that.
go ahead. I'm
What
sorry,
were you
Joe.
saying, Chuck?
I was just gonna say a few more lines to this dude, but yeah,
Okay.
let Dan. Yeah.
He says, like, again, I heard that they had some kind of contract. Not sure how they got that, but I suppose if it's allowed, not much we can do about it.
So, do you have any idea who possibly from your village here might be sneaking over at night and tampering with the machines?
He kind of furrows his brow a little bit at that. He's like, well, I wouldn't be one to accuse any of my people of doing something like that. But, I don't watch everyone that closely that I would. Uh, I don't see why any one of us would do that.
Okay, that's fair. Just tonight we've got some very sensitive operations and equipment set up for the morning, and we just want to really make sure that no one else gets the idea to come in and tamper with it.
Yeah, they might find themselves in a bit of trouble.
Shh, don't say that. We want them to sneak in. They could
He's
set
like,
us back months if they were to tamper with it tonight.
all right, well, be sure not to mess with your sensitive mining operation or whatever it is. He seems kind of annoyed with you, but pricks up a little bit at that.
Okay, I'm good to go. Thanks for visiting with us. We have a long walk ahead of us.
Yes, you do. Don't get blown away by the wind.
I'll try not to.
And with that, he just kind of stands at the edge of the town and waits for you guys to all leave.
Yeah. I'll leave peacefully.
Yeah.
Sure.
We've set our bait.
Yep. So another 4 hours go by. So this has been a total of probably about 9 hours that you've spent just surveying the area and traveling down and back. So you've got what you estimate about 3 hours left of daylight before the night sets in. Anything in particular you want to do once you get back to the camp?
Get
Drink.
a drink.
Sure.
Do we want to plan any traps or anything like that for them, or?
Well, if we know where they're coming up, we could just hide in that area.
Just hide at the
Awesome.
bottom of the plateau where they're coming down.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably
I
keep.
can speak with, oh gosh, who would it be? The foreman, maybe just some of the miners, and see what kind of tampering with the drill might have been undertaken. I'm not entirely convinced these primitive people would know how to monkey with a drill.
I mean, they said it's basically just throwing rocks and dirt into it or something, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
So you ask one of the people that are kind of like at work, repairing it and working on it. You pull them away for a bit. They're like, said, you want to know how they've been sabotaging it? Uh,
Right?
That's rather crude. They just throw stuff to gunk up, and he kind of like points at it, and you see there's just like um, there's like grass and rock and mud that's just been like piled up, and it's caked in some of the gears and things. He's like, it is an absolute bitch to clear out of here, but you know, it could be worse. If they knew what they were doing, they'd definitely be able to cause some damage. But this is more tedious than difficult.
All right.
Wonder what like a forearm or a femur would do in those gears.
Well, you wouldn't be getting it back. I can tell you that much. When this thing's running, it's pretty. It's got some kick to it. Pretty loud too.
Ah. So we're confirmed like they don't have the technical knowledge to really break this, so they're just going with crude attempts.
Yep.
We know where they're coming up. We've set the bait for them to come up tonight. Oh no, we could set some traps, help make our lives a little easier.
Sure.
And kind of traps would we set, guys?
Is there some place where we know they're going to have to travel through to get to it that we could potentially throw down a whole bunch of like lamp oil or something like that and be ready with a torch?
So,
But I don't know
from
if we
what you
need to
guys found,
murder
it looked
them.
like they were coming out the plateau. So, there's like this big plateau coming out of the ground. A mining camp's built on one side of it, and it kind of slopes a little bit on one side. That it's almost a sheer wall on the side that the mining camp's on. But on the back side of it, it's eroded away a bit, so that you can kind of see a path you're able to make it up. Um, So you know that they have to go up this kind of path on the backside, and then they go across the top, which is pretty much just flat rock.
I mean, an option could be just waiting for them to get down and then just cut their ropes short or something, and then they can't get back out. Except,
Well, do we want to stop them after they've tampered, or do we want to stop them on their way to tamper?
I mean, I
If they're on
assume
the way.
let them come in, and then then we can go at them.
If they have to lower down ropes, why don't we just sharpen a whole bunch of sticks and set it up at the bottom like a trap?
On killing them.
I'm not saying killing them, but if I was, climbing down a rope and the only thing below me was at best injury, at worst death, I probably wouldn't continue climbing down the rope. I'd probably just go back up.
I know, but that
Sure.
doesn't capture them. It
Um,
doesn't, provide us evidence of who's doing it. I'm trying to find a way to capture them.
Right.
So we know they're setting climbing equipment, and they're climbing up the plateau where we're going to be at. We could.
They're climbing down it, aren't they? Or are they going up it?
Well, so I mean, they climb up on foot on one side because you don't need
Climb
climbing
down into the
equipment
camp.
to go up, and then they go
Okay.
across the plateau, and then on the other side, it's like a sheer wall. To
And they
get
climb
lower
down
into.
that into the camp. Okay.
That's why I say maybe we wait for them to get to the bottom, and then we can just
Yeah.
get them
Just
there.
take the. Wait for them to get to the bottom. Cut their ropes out so they can't escape. And then, just follow them into the way of their drill. Maybe, I don't know, set a trip line or something like that around the drill just to mess them up for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that sounds good.
Can we get tin cans? Like, do they have that in this area?
You could probably find the equivalent of something metal that would make noise. I wouldn't say like cans, but there's a lot of
Maybe they just got
scrap
some
metal.
scrap pieces. I mean, it's a
there's
drill.
there's a ton. Some of the pieces of the drill are just being replaced entirely. It looks like it was both to replace the parts that they damaged, but it also looks like they brought just a lot of general maintenance parts along in this caravan too.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of scrap that they're not using.
We can
Yeah.
bundle some of that on a string and
Yeah. Just make some crude tripwires with some bits of metal that'll drop and clatter a little bit. So that way,
Okay.
yeah.
Sure.
My
So you-
thought, and I don't know how you all feel. We wait kind of somewhere off the base of the plateau so we can see them climb down. Once they're down, we go and we cut the ropes, and then we follow them. And then they'll eventually hit those trip lines. It'll startle them. And then we can,
try and jump them pretty much.
yeah, rough them up a little bit, see what they got to say.
Okay. So you're planning on cutting the rope.
Like maybe just climb up it and then a little bit and then cut it down.
Yeah.
Just so it's too high for them to come back onto it, but not high enough up that
Yeah.
you hurt yourself coming down.
Okay, so you
Or
want to
even
cut
just
the rope
grab the rope
from
and
the
see if we can
ground.
just- Yeah.
Okay.
You got a 10-foot ladder, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
So we'll just set his 10-foot ladder, send him up there, cut the rope 10 feet up, stash the ladder. That way, when they come back, they've got a 10-foot jump to get to their rope.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
I figure if they get in trouble, their first instinct will be to come back the way they came. So, we've got two chances to get them.
Okay. All right.
And maybe let
any
the
other
guards know to
things
keep an
that you're
extra
wanting to do?
watch on the door. What's that?
Say that. What'd you say there, Dan?
I said maybe we can have the guards keep an extra watch on the door, and then like one of us can be by the drill in case they find
Sure.
some other way to get by us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the guards typically are like posted along the wall, and they just look out from there. They haven't really thought at all about the plateau behind them. They
Yeah.
when they were
I'm
like
happy to
brief
wait with
scouting,
the
they
drill.
didn't see a way to go up the top of it, so they've pretty much just ignored the plateau, and they weren't aware that it was easier to
Yeah. And
drop down.
we can clue them into our plan.
Or not. That way nothing seems suspicious.
Yeah, that's fair.
Why don't Eddie and we can wait by the drill, and then the two of you can be on rope cutting and sneaking up behind them.
Yeah, and we can do our hides,
Yeah.
which I think we're nearly indetectable since we're in an open area.
Yeah.
Okay.
What kind of are you a halfling thief, Jake, or
Nah, human.
okay?
I don't get any bonuses to staying hidden.
Okay.
It's weird. Halflings have like a racial trait that's far better than using hide.
Called being short.
Yeah.
Was it like a 10% chance of being detected when they're hiding?
When they're hiding in forests, I believe.
Was it
30%
just forests?
elsewhere.
Let me double check if it was just forests.
Okay.
I'll double check.
Yeah, it's not quite a forest here.
It is the opposite of a forest.
Yes.
Okay, outdoors in their preferred terrain.
But there's a 30% chance instead of 10% chance.
Otherwise,
Otherwise, yeah. So still pretty good.
30% still better than hide.
Yeah, it's pretty good. For percent chance things like that, what does it do? Is it like a percentile?
Yeah. Roll percentile, roll at or under your number.
Okay. At or under. Okay.
Yeah.
Noted. Okay. So you're planning on staking them out inside of the camp, waiting for them to rappel down, cut the rope, and trap them inside,
Mm-hmm.
and then just see what happens from there.
Yep.
Okay.
Some real top tier planning here.
Sure. So this drill too is kind of out in the center of this camp. Um, there's like a few little, almost like workstations and things that are set up around it where people maintain it. So there's just like a few piles of boxes and things like that around it. But other than that, it's just kind of out in the open. So if you were going to be putting tripwires around it, you could probably cover like a half circle around because it would make more sense to come from that angle than through the boxes. So
I'm good with that.
that's probably what would make the most sense for you guys. But all right, with all that planning, you've got 1 hour left. Anything you want to do
Dinner.
before bed? Sure.
Food.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. You get your complimentary access to the mining camp mess hall. It's not great food, but it's not bad. It's a little flavorless, but you get like this nice stew and some mead, and plenty enough to keep you going. All right. With that, last hour
Roast
passes.
wheat straight
The
off
sun
the
sets.
bone.
The temperature starts to drop pretty rapidly. Gets relatively cold. Over the course of the next 2 hours, it gets pretty chilly. All right, and then you guys are just sitting up, staking it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So who's on rope cutting duty and who's on drill duty?
Eddie and I are on drill duty.
Yep.
Okay.
Jake and I are on the ropes.
Okay. So 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours go by, and you notice like slight like scuffling sound, and a pebble's knocked over the edge of the plateau and lands in the center, or lands in front of you guys at the base of this. And shortly after, you hear the whistle of a rope flying through the air as it lands and is pulled taut by its weight. And few moments go by, and you hear and start to see the rope shaking as if someone's climbing down. So you're hiding with a 30% chance.
For me at least, yeah.
Okay.
And
Alright.
I can make my hide check as well. Although
Okay.
it's piss poor as a thief.
A 30% chance is probably better.
Yeah. There's a
Let's
small part of
do-
me that hates putting it in your hands to make a check.
Right. So I guess I need a hide check from Jake, and then I'm gonna roll against Dan.
I'm not good at hiding. There's a reason I'm doing this job instead of actual thieving.
Right. Okay, and then I'm gonna roll. Okay.
I mean, I don't think we're going to be just standing around in plain sight, at least, waiting for them. Imagine we tucked ourselves away somewhere.
Sure. Okay. Wait, so is that saying you need to get a 10 or lower to pass on a hide?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
Thieves are
wow.
terrible at low level.
These are horrible,
Okay. Noted.
which is why the 30%
So
is so much better.
does that mean you're spotted instantly if looked for, or does that just mean if they succeed like a
Good perception
perception?
test.
It would be if you're actively being looked for.
Okay. Well, with that being the case, you hear this man sliding down this rope, and he gets probably about 20 feet off the ground, and he stops as he looks and sees Jake sitting waiting at the bottom, and he
Hey-o.
locks eyes with you, and you see like just panic wash over his face.
I'm gonna try to mimic like looking over his shoulder, and then like make a motion like move along. I'm not. No, move.
Like you're looking for something beyond him.
Yes.
Okay.
You're in the way, fool. Move it. I'm looking at the stars.
So as you look up at him,
I'm
and try
staring
to
directly
convey
at
that
him.
you weren't trying to look at him. Let's see. Give me there's charisma in this, right? Give me a charisma.
What is my? Oh boy, +0, of course. 11.
11. So not a terrible failure, but he's
A
definitely
failure.
aware that you're there and starts to panic. And you see him like tug on the rope twice, and he starts climbing up. And you see as he's climbing, the rope is getting shorter too, like it's pulling up after him.
Oh hell. Guess I'll try to shoot the rope.
Okay. All right, with like a bow.
Yeah, I've got a light crossbow.
This
Okay.
is some Robin Hood shit.
Yeah.
How
Roll that
far
attack
away
check.
is this from me? The rope.
The what?
About how far away is the rope from me?
From you, if you're so, are you? I assume that you're trying to aim above him and cut the rope so he would fall.
Exactly. Yeah.
So probably about 30 feet
Okay.
to aim like right above
I
him
mean,
from where you're at.
seems like he's a bigger target. I'm just saying.
Well, even still, if it's within 60 feet, I still get a +1 to this shot.
Easily within 60 feet.
Ooh, damn.
One.
Oh,
The rope.
ooh.
20 was the DC I set. So you all hear a twing of a crossbow, and this arrow flies through the air, sparks off of the plateau rock just a little bit, and you hear the threads snap on this rope, and a man scream as he falls from about 25 feet up in the air.
I can't believe you fucking hit that.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
And he
He doesn't
thuds under
actually
the ground.
Yes.
You hear like a stifled like cry of alarm from way up above on the plateau, and the rope is then quickly pulled up. You hear scuffling, a few more rocks are knocked down over the edge, and this man is just laying there.
Who do you work for?
What is fall damage in BFRPG? Isn't it like a D10
fairly
D6
steep.
per 10 feet.
D6
Yeah,
per
I'm
10
hoping
feet?
he's not dead.
So he fell what, 30 feet?
20 feet, was
25.
it?
So
20 feet?
2d6.
2d6.
Roll it out, Joe.
This man,
Yeah.
unfortunately, lands flat on his back and is not moving. The screen is just cut short as soon as he hits the ground. And
Well,
his
I'll go
arms
try
bent
and
the wrong way.
I'll go try and check him, but
All right. Dan, give me a luck check.
oh, why did I have to say that? It's a pass.
He's alive just long enough to say, "Why?" as he dies in front of you.
Well, so much for not killing anybody.
You should have brought a thicker rope.
Now, in my defense, did you see me shoot the man?
No,
No.
I
He fell. What more can you say? He fell.
There are no penetrating wounds on this man's body.
Yeah.
It's true.
There is a rock stuck in him, but that wasn't us. We didn't put that there.
No, I
Mhm.
don't have a sling. No.
We found him with that rock in him.
Technically, he put that there by falling on it.
It's
You
all
all
on
look up
him.
on the ridge. You don't see a rope anymore. You don't see any people up there. You get the sense everyone else ran. And there's just the corpse of this man here in the middle, splat out. Back of
Well-
the skull's bleeding out on the ground a little bit.
Well, either we go and try and track them back to the town, or we wait and see what happens tomorrow.
Or you should come get Eddie and I so we can have this conversation.
Yeah. I mean, we'll go get them and bring
I
them
mean,
to
we probably heard the scream
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and then the
you
abrupt
probably-
stopping of the scream.
yeah. You probably heard the crossbow bolt like pinged off of the rock
yeah.
and the scream. So I would say you guys knew that he fell.
Okay.
Your party hasn't told you to come over yet, but I mean, it's up to you if you would move at that point, or if you still want to be like by the drill with your sticks raised.
Wait, no, with the scream, I'll go over there. And I
Okay.
just so I can be like, what happened to not killing him?
We
That
didn't
was a-
kill.
It was a good
Immediately, I'm like, I didn't kill him. He fell. Look at him. He
Right.
fell.
So looking at this dude, does he
one of the indigenous folks.
yeah.
He definitely resembles that. So he's wearing like cloth that's kind of wrapped around him. It doesn't look to be very like fine. It's a little bit colorful, but kind of faded. But it's definitely like the rough fabric that resembles what people in this area tend to wear.
I honestly thought about offering to try and catch him, but I figured if he fell on me, I'd die.
Hey, thanks for the bits, guys. Thank
There's
you
a
very
possibility.
much.
That you could have.
Belagosaurus, thanks for them bits.
'Cause I
Room
only
in
got
You
Perilous
could have both
Studios.
died. Could have both lived.
Yeah.
Would have been determined by a roll, but was risky if you would have done that.
risky and me don't go well together.
Incidentally, after looking over the hide feature, it's the GM who makes the roll for hide
Okay.
using my stats.
That's
Because
what's
I
up.
always believe that I'm hiding.
Hey,
Sure.
Tegeron,
makes
thanks
sense.
for those bits as well.
Although with a 90% to fail, you'll probably
More
always believe
bits.
you're not hiding.
Yes.
But okay. So yeah, Anything else you guys are doing? You have this corpse at your feet. It doesn't seem like anybody else is awake. Nobody else.
Are they armed? Or were they armed?
The corpse. So
Yeah.
you search him for a little bit. You see.
I mean, are
he's
they still
got-
attached?
They're attached, just bent a little bit badly.
So he's armed. It was self-defense, Joe.
Looks like he
Hey there.
tried to land on one of his arms to catch his fall, and it's just bent horridly under his body.
Holy
Captain
crap.
Carrion,
Thank
yeah.
you. More
Thanks
bits.
for all the
Radiator.
bits.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Adam,
Appreciate
Captain Kyrian. Captain Kyrian threw it out there and said that they're, since Dan's here, we need some bits.
Hey.
It's a fact.
Thank you for the subscription. 8 months. Very awesome.
it's awesome. It's great. But yeah. So you don't find any weapons on him. Well, you do find a dagger. Also.
See? We definitely didn't plant that either.
So you
It
got-
looks to be like a short, kind of like a skinning knife.
Okay, so completely unarmed.
He is now.
Well, he's been disarmed, that's for sure, and I'll point to his
Yeah.
arm.
Yep.
Oh.
You see, the only other things that you find on him, he's got like a bunch of these kind of spooled up, wrapped bits of like twine and grass. He's just got like a bunch of these bundles of grass and mud, like with him.
Well, what should we do with the body?
Well, I have an idea, and I think it's a bad one.
You're gonna like string them up outside of town, like like
No.
Road Warrior. No.
That's a real bad idea. I've just got a regular bad idea.
All right, so here's the worst idea. Now you can come up from it.
We
Now your idea will seem good.
respectfully bundle this person up, and tomorrow we ride them back to to their little settlement, and we say, hey,
I think this is yours.
one of your people seem to have fallen off of the plateau to their death in our little mining operation. I'm not sure what they were doing that late at night. It couldn't have been that they were tampering with the mining equipment like we asked them not to.
Certainly
So
not.
here's your person back. We treated them respectfully and kindly. But you just tell your people to not do that again. It's a very dangerous cliff.
I'm game with this plan.
Yep. So you all
It's
Does
rude.
he steal his teeth?
It's rude, but I'm kind of game for it.
Yeah, I think it's like a super
there.
backhanded sort of. Yeah, I'm all for it.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're bringing them their dead person. It's,
We should see if the mining operation has a couple horses and a couple extra guards to loan us too. That way
They do have a
it's-
few horses. There's a few from the caravan because the caravan hasn't left, so they're just kind of detached from the carts and off to the side. And then there were a few there already. So there's plenty of horses that you'd have to choose from.
nice.
Yeah, let's get some horses. That way we don't have to walk 4 hours again in the desert because that
Sure.
sucks ass.
Yeah,
Mm.
on horses,
Run
you'd probably
away.
be able to do the whole
Ooh.
trip in about 2 hours.
Hang on a second. I wonder if they were on horseback or if they walked. Does this dude, this is the worst question I'm going to ask. If I sniff this guy's legs, does it smell like he's been riding a horse here recently?
Be a wisdom
That is
check.
such an odd question to ask.
Smell like horse.
Does he smell like horse?
Does he
Yeah.
smell like atlas chaps?
Give me a wisdom check.
Oh, I'm terrible with wisdom.
Do his thighs tell lies?
Do his thighs smell sweaty like horse?
At least we're
meat?
not drinking his puke.
Yeah.
I got an 8 because I have a -1 modifier. So yeah, I just kind of lean down and just
Sniff his
start
crotch.
sniffing on this guy's inner thigh.
Smells like the leg of a dead man.
Like, hey, all I'm getting is fresh meat here. Can one of you see if it smells like horse?
It smells like regrets. That's what it smells like.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about the death shits there, Gnomish Invader.
Yeah, I was gonna,
Yeah, that's
definitely.
that's a good point. Whew, that's a horse. That's a really ripe horse.
Yeah.
Hey there, Grim and Perilous crew. Thanks for coming and swinging through on your break real quick. Yeah.
Got everything all excited for us here.
Yeah, everything's fine. We just watched a man fall to his death and Chuck sniffing his crotch.
Hey.
I mean, it's for a good purpose. Don't let me
Yep.
mislead
Yeah.
you. It's
Standard
just
content here at Defenders of
it's
Kobold.
standard operating procedure.
Right.
Check the thighs.
Check the
Right.
thighs. That's
Yeah. It's in
You're,
like the
you're
check
not
box.
able to determine from the smell of his corpse if he had been riding a horse here.
Oh, snap. Captain
Hey,
Curious,
that's
keeping the hype train alive.
yeah. Thank you, Captain Carrion. When life gives you dead bodies, Frost Thanos, you be a boss and sniff their crotch.
I'm the alpha male.
Right after you give a speech about respectfully returning the dead.
I
Respectfully
was
returning-
not being disrespectful. Here,
Look,
okay, let
Joe,
me
we're not
finish.
going to tell them we did that. We're just going to bring the body
Yeah,
back. So they
it's
can
not
bury
like
it
I'm
with
leaving-
respect.
It's not like I'm leaving nose prints on their crotch. Come on.
Sure.
I was just saying that because if they don't smell like horses, then they walked. If they walked, let's go get on our horses
And catch them.
and fucking ride out right now.
Thank you for bringing our
You're
dead
unable
comrade.
to
Did you
determine
change his
if
skivvies?
if they traveled out on horses from this man's corpse.
Say what again?
You're not able to determine if they had horses or not from just this man and his corpse.
All right.
So
Let's take
if
the
you're
body.
wanting to run and get on horses and try and go back towards the town and see if you run into him, that's something else. But
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take this body, throw it on the back of our horse, and then we're all going to ride out there together.
okay,
Yep.
all right.
So it's
You don't
not
want to
a
like
terrible
tie it with a
idea.
length of rope and road haul it out there?
Give
No,
me a
we're
luck
still
check.
going to pretend to be respectful.
Tie it to the saddle horn and drag it behind us. Yeah.
I like the pretending to be respectful.
I did not say. I presume we're doing like DCC where you got to roll under your luck score.
Yeah, roll under. So
Yeah, I did not pass it.
okay. So you get on the horse, you throw the corpse over the back of it, you ride off, you ride to the back of the ridge, and then pretty much straight to town. How long are you going before you decide to turn back? Like, what's
40 minutes
what's
to
your
an
time
hour.
limit?
Yeah,
40
not
minutes to an
long.
hour? Okay. So you think it would take probably about 2.5 hours, about like a 5-hour trip total for you to ride there
Yeah.
and back.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not interested in that. Yeah.
Right. So you go that 40 minutes, almost an hour passes, you don't see them.
Is there like a trail? Like a fresh trail?
What is night? So it's
I got
kind of
torches.
hard to tell. You'd have to make a wisdom check on that.
I've got torches. I can light too.
Okay. Sure. If you want to make a wisdom check to check for tracks. 15. You do see horse tracks. You're not able to tell how old they are, or like which direction they went, but you do see horse tracks
I
around.
presume pretty fresh.
All right. Well, yeah.
Relatively.
Given that we just walked out there earlier and it's not been that long since then.
Sure. Yep.
So, yeah, it seems unless we want to follow them up to the town and then not go in.
No. Let's handle this in the morning.
All right.
Yeah. Turn back around. Go another hour back. It's probably about 2-3 in the morning at this point.
Yeah.
Make it back to town.
We scared him off. Let's just leave the dead body in the stables so we can surprise the first person who comes in the morning. And then tomorrow,
Okay.
after we've had our breakfast, we'll ride out to that town.
I'm about to make a cursed Google search.
Oh, no.
Chuck, we could weekend at Bernie's
Put
it and try
yourself in
and
it,
like tie the
incognito
guy up
first.
on the back of a horse and make it seem like he told us everything.
Could be.
And then we just like push him off of it and be like, "Oh no, he fell off the horse."
Oh, he must have hit his head and died. But he did tell us everything before that. We swear.
All right. Is there anything else you guys are doing in the night, or just going to bed after you
Going
come
to
back?
bed.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
All right.
Dreaming of large women.
Sure. So you wake up to the sound of confusion as the rest of the camp wakes up, and they're over by the stables and find a horse gnawing on the packs of grass that this guy had on his person. As several of the guards and the miners and repairmen are all gathered around this corpse that's been bleeding all night into the stables.
Well, we'll go over there like, hey, don't touch that. That's ours. It's fine.
Don't touch our stuff.
Yeah, it's just we'll have it your way here in a little bit.
Oh, that's where we left him. Oh.
That's where we left it.
He gets up to the zaniest things.
At this point, his clothes are just soaked in the blood.
What?
Part of his
He should have stopped bleeding a long time ago.
We told you, Steven, you
It's
can't
been
have a
soaking
pony
overnight.
yet.
But yeah,
What's that?
it's been seeping out a bit overnight. He there were multiple places that he was bleeding from that fall. The
In
most
fairness,
noticeable one was his head.
we didn't check that hard.
Yeah.
I'm going to see all the blood all over the ground, Joe, and I'm just going to start grabbing it with the dirt in between my hands and like,
probably-
oh God, we got to put this back in, you fella, and just start rubbing it on him, pressing it into him.
Hey,
You
hey,
have
hey,
a,
we're supposed to
a
be
dirty
respectful here.
corpse.
Yeah. Semi-respectful, at least. Smearing them with dirt's probably not helping our case.
Yeah, probably not. All right.
It's the blood. It's stressing me out.
Maybe we just gotta go hose them off somewhere. Throw a bucket of water
No,
on them.
it's fine. Let's just wrap them up in a tarp. Strap them to the back of the horse.
They've got some potato sacks
At
around
this
here
point,
somewhere, right?
Athenheimer's awake and walks over and is like, "Is this one of our bandits that's been giving us trouble, I presume?"
That's correct. One
Well,
down.
Looks like you did a number on him.
Apparently, the goal was to check for horse riding conflicts with our moderation settings. And I was blocked on the Twitch chat.
Oh no.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure
even
what part of that it thinks is wrong.
I don't even see that to undo it. Like that's like a high level.
Just it's high level no.
It's one of the definitions of things that get blocked, so it's not even a
The
question.
goal was to check for horse riding, banned across Twitch universally.
Um
Can't imagine why.
yeah. Yeah, I'll tell them like, hey, yeah, we didn't mean to kill him, but they're climbing down from the plateau and this one slipped and fell. So
All right.
We didn't mean to kill him, and we didn't. Job
Yeah.
well done.
technically, yeah, we didn't mean for anyone to die. He just slipped and fell.
Sure. Okay. You said he came in from the plateau.
Yeah, climb down from the top.
Okay. Suppose that would make sense as to why we haven't seen them before. Because we usually just watch the wall. I didn't realize people could get up on the plateau.
Pretty
All
easy.
right. Was this the only one you saw?
No, there were others. They pulled the ropes up after this one fell. We thought there was about 4 of them.
Yep.
Well, now there would be 3. And we kind of traced down their path yesterday and found they're coming from the village south of here by about 4 hours. So we're going to load up on some horses, take this one back, and return it to their village. Playing real dumb to see how they handle it. We want to borrow a few guards too.
Sure. I would like to ride along. You say you found a village of their people?
Yeah, south of here.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to come along as well, if that's all right. He seems very intrigued by this. But yeah, he's like, whenever you want to leave, my people are ready. So you
I
guys
was
are
just
able
gonna
to
grab
take like
breakfast.
okay, yeah, you guys can eat first for sure. You get some food from the mess hall. I'll load up on some horses. So there are 4 people joining you, Athenheimer and 3 guards. And each of you have your own horses. Who is carrying the body? Whose horse is going to have that? I imagine it's just like slumped over the back of one of them.
Not it.
I was actually
did-
going to suggest George because you're the lightest, so it would be the least amount of
See,
strain
I knew it. I
on the
knew it.
horse.
God,
Also, if they get
Dead
mad
dice
and start
don't.
shooting at you,
I'll
you're the
switch to
smallest
behind
target.
him.
Yeah, yeah.
As a matter
So
of
yeah,
fact, I'm gonna do the thing where he's in front of me, and then I just have my like arms up through his sleeves, and
we
it's
can
gonna look
invert.
like
Yeah,
it's gonna look like he's riding into town.
yeah.
All right. So you all start getting on. Your horse is getting ready to gear up. You throw your
Nothing but
corpse
respect.
over the back of yours. You see Athenheimer pull his guards to the side and start talking to them for a little bit. And they each sling longbows over their shoulders and climb onto their horses.
Ooh.
Oh, we don't want to go like murder the village. Probably wouldn't do well for you.
Well,
Uh,
as long as we get paid and we don't have to do the murdering. That's extra.
you also see Athenheimer grabs his, he has like this messenger bag and he takes that with him. He climbs up on his horse and it's like, I'm ready when you guys are. Lead the
Is
way.
that his toe collecting bag, Joe?
You don't know.
That bag's totally got toes in it.
I believe it.
Probably.
Good. It's tote.
There we go.
But all right.
I dropped my little message in our general Discord there.
Hit the Discord command so they can go see it.
Oh yeah, and I actually put it in.
Sure. But yeah, you guys ride off. Takes about 2.5 hours to get there. You start approaching. Is there any particular order that you guys are wanting to travel in? Are you wanting to let Athenheimer like ride alongside of you? Or are you wanting to? He's pretty much going to be either right up front, or you can direct him to just right behind.
I mean, whoever was right up front is probably the most likely person to get killed first. So I don't want to be there.
Got it.
I can take up front.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna say you guys are pretty much traveling like side by side. So it's Chuck, Athenheimer, then Dan, Jake, Eddie, and then the guards are lined back. So you guys are side by side, 2x4. Yeah, your 2.5 hours go by. You quickly make it to the town. You're noticed a little bit faster than you were last time, and you see there's a few people that kind of come up to the town edges. You see that tall, burly man that spoke to you before, and he's got his longbow actually drawn. It's not like ready to shoot, but he's got it in his hands with an arrow knocked on it.
Seems like we had our suspicions correct.
Is this a bad time?
He seems to be waiting there. As you all ride up, he like puts his hand up and starts walking out and kind of like signaling you to slow down or to halt.
High
Yeah.
five.
I'll comply. I'll slow down.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll yell out, "Hey there, friend."
Like, why are you all back here? We don't have anything for you.
No, we don't want anything. We're actually returning something to you.
What might that be?
And I'll point to the other horse with the body on it. Like, it seems like one of your people was climbing down the cliff face into our mining camp last night, and they slipped and fell. Sadly, they did not survive, but we wanted to make sure that their body could be properly interred or whatever you're going to do with it.
And you see there's like a
So
few
we
people
just wanted to return it.
gathering around the side of the town as well. You see like a few of the kids like come up to the sides, and then there's like
Yeah.
their mothers pushing them back, and
Poke it with
Keeping them-
sticks. You know, kids
Yeah.
are kids.
Yeah.
Hey, Jake, Sovereign Bohemian says
definitely-
goodbye.
Goodbye.
but you draw a lot more attention from more of the town this time than you did last time. Like, last time it was
Yeah.
pretty much just this like leader type figure that showed up, and now you seem to have the attention of almost everyone. You see his like fist tighten up around his longbow. He looks over, and he looks behind him to the people that are standing like on either side of him, and he kind of signals them. He's like, "Go get them." Tells them to go. And you see two people like run out and grab the body off the back of your horse. You see a lot of people like hushed and kind of talking amongst themselves in the village. You hear someone start crying, like a lady start crying from within. And they're like, "Well, we're not sure he's one of ours, but we'll take him off your hand. He's definitely one of our countrymen, at least."
Well, if you can identify him and he's not one of yours, be appreciated if we could figure out where they're coming from so we could try to prevent this from happening again.
Right. We'll let you know. Was there,
Sadly, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He says, "Was there anything else?"
Well, sadly, with his death last night, interrupting the work we were doing with the drill, we weren't able to complete the job we set out to do. So, yeah, our mining equipment is still in a very precarious state. So please, once again, if you could remind all your people not to come in and try and tamper with it. It could still set us back weeks at a time
So,
if it was
with-
tampered with tonight.
With you saying that, Athenheimer seems very confused, and he looks at you and kind of like whispers, like, "What? No,
Just turn and wink. Turn and wink.
Just agree with me. Trust me.
like, okay." And he looks at you for a bit. He's like, I have a few words I'd like to say, if that's all right."
Sure.
Athenheimer rides up, and you see him reach into his messenger bag, and he pulls out a scroll and drops it. He says, "We have papers and deeds to be here. Any further interference with our cause will be met with more of the likeness of your friend here. We encourage you to heed our words, and we hope we don't see any of you again."
God damn it.
And he rolls the scroll back up, puts it in his messenger bag, and flips around and starts writing back.
Fantastic. We work for a douche.
We already knew this.
Given.
I just want to point out that I did check the auto mod settings in Twitch. And the only thing I've got a couple like spam accounts, but the only thing that I actually added was the word horse.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
So horse was blocked?
Yeah,
Horse
just
is
Chuck
blocked.
made a custom.
I made a
for
custom
horse.
banned word for horse.
Okay.
right.
I was like, I don't know what I did wrong.
Mystery
keeping it too.
solved. Okay.
It
Mystery
looks like horse is allowed, just not horse.
Fantastic.
So you see Athenheimer right away, and he kind of pauses and he gestures for his guards to come over, and they kind of huddle for a bit before heading back.
I suppose I will turn to head back as well.
All right.
Because I don't wanna
Anyone
be
else want to
last
do
by-
anything in particular, or just I imagine you're all just wanting to head back at this point?
Yeah, I mean, if they get far enough away, I'd be half tempted to tell these guys seem shady, so really be careful.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Athenheimer, as soon as he talked and said that, he pretty much just turns around and leaves, other than stopping for a second to talk to his men. But then rides off. So you definitely have a moment to reword that. You say, you convey that that's not what you guys wanted to have happen, and to stay cautious around that group of people. They seem to heed your words. They still seem pretty upset and angry, but they thank you for the warning. You're able to ride away.
All right.
Ah. So we definitely confirmed it was their people that did it.
Yeah. Very likely, at least.
I mean,
Yeah.
they all reacted, you know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't want to like come out and say it like this is
Yeah.
our guy, but
Like 95% sure it's theirs.
yeah.
so we'll see if they're angrier when they come by tonight.
Yeah.
I definitely think tonight's plan, we all need to be hiding out at the base of that
Well,
cliff.
I don't know if right at the base, since it was very easy to see us at the base, but maybe somewhere where we can see it.
Well, if we get back soon enough, this is just a stone face on this plateau.
Mhm.
Maybe we could get a handful of laborers over there and carve us out a niche large enough for us all to kind of hide in down at the very bottom of it.
Yeah.
You can chop them down by their ankles.
Yeah, just like just a hollow, just enough for us to kind of stand there.
Yeah.
That way, then they, yeah, when they shimmy down, they won't immediately be able to see us.
We can
And then
even
we can
Sure.
just,
cover it a little bit.
yeah,
So
then we
you're
can
wanting to make
continue.
like some place to hide on the backside where they would be climbing up,
Yeah.
So-
let me-
or
Question
are
for you
saying
guys.
like carve into the plateau in the camp?
How far down did the ropes reach? Did they reach to the ground?
They're coming down here, and we're gonna hide here. I think that's what we're going for.
Oh, okay, so you're saying you want to carve out a niche like in the rock wall inside
Yeah.
of the camp,
Yes.
yeah.
so
Yes.
that you'd have like an overhang. They wouldn't be able to see you immediately until
Yeah.
they came
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Hooray! I used it for something.
Good
Do-
job.
Did the rope drop all the way down to ground or not? Or
It
did
was pretty
higher?
close. It hung higher by just a little bit.
So here's a question. One thing we could do is, we could go ahead and carve a little hollow out of the bottom of the rock face. But another thing we could do is just like set a bit into the rock face or something with another length of rope with a hook on the end of it. Then when they drop the rope down, we simply grab the end of the rope and tie it around the hook so they can't pull the rope back up.
Yeah, that could work too.
I mean, I don't know what purpose that serves other than preventing them from pulling the rope back up, but
It'll trap them in the camp, that's for sure.
you're going all in on this, aren't you, Chuck?
All right. Sure. Well, you guys make it back. And then Athenheimer stops by and talks to you, Chuck, as you get back. He's like, why did you tell them that we weren't done with the drill yet? Right, we were able to complete that this morning.
It's bait. That's all it
Okay.
is bait. We knew that they were coming from there. So we gave a warning yesterday that we were in a very sensitive position with the drill and any tampering could set us back weeks, luring them to us so that way we could catch them in the act.
Sure.
So that's
I would
why I said it
never
again today.
repeat that that's your intent to anyone in our company ever again, because we are not necessarily trying to piss them off.
We aren't either.
Uh,
We were hoping, we catch one, you give them a slap on the wrist and send
Yeah.
them home, and maybe they stop.
I gather that, but one of them's dead now, and
He fell. He fell.
He fell.
He fell.
and he's the only casualty on either side of this conflict at the moment.
Well,
So
let's hope
I
it keeps
don't
that
imagine
way.
that they're too happy with that.
What are we getting paid
We
again? 600
had-
silver, 100 silver?
100 silver per person. So
Yeah, well, you get what you pay for.
yeah, he says,
You want no deaths,
you know,
you
we
pay
had
no
to-
deaths money.
scrape by, and we had to fight for this treaty to be able to drill here for quite a long time. This is one of the first operations that we've been able to open up. I would like it to go without any more bloodshed, because we don't need it any more difficult than it already is to be here.
Hey,
Yeah.
we're not trying, like, that death yesterday was an accident. It could have happened anytime. They were climbing down that rock face.
Sure.
And
Do they know that?
did they know what? That they could have died at any time by climbing down a giant fucking cliff?
Yeah.
I would hope so.
It's a 60-foot drop.
I mean, that's how gravity works, right?
Sure. So
People
the
people die
who
when they
saw-
fall.
they
Gravity's
saw
just
him
a theory,
fall.
Chuck.
They saw him fall.
All right. Well, I hope they think that's all that happened.
Right. Well, and listen, if they show up, our intent is to not kill or harm any of them. Just, apprehend them and kindly return them to their camp and say, hey, knock it off.
All right.
Please.
I would much rather be that avenue than more
Yeah.
violence.
We're not trying to start a war here. We're not trying to kill or hurt anyone. We just, how else are we going to stop them from sneaking in and tampering with this?
Sure.
I mean, either that or
Alright.
we
You
You
let
know.
them keep doing it, or you catch them.
we install a wall at the top of the plateau.
And make them pay for it.
Make the
That's fantastic.
All right, we could do something to the top of the wall. We didn't realize that they'd been going up there until you mentioned that this morning. So
Post a
Yeah,
strongly
really.
worded sign up there.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens tonight. And then, yeah, that would be my recommendation from there, is to put some fortifications on the top of the plateau
sure,
or just
Alright.
blow it up.
that works. So we'll be resuming the drilling here pretty shortly, in the next few hours. So we appreciate that you were able to get us that far. But if you do believe another attack is coming tonight, we would appreciate your assistance with that.
Absolutely.
I would predict so.
There's that
Listen.
duties as assigned.
Yeah. I mean, like, what is it? We're either going to be helping you keep them from attacking you overnight, or we're going to have to, like, go dig ditches or something to earn our keep. And
Mhm.
physical labor, just, I'll pass.
It's appalling.
Okay. So do you still want to try and get that like alcove carved out?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Inside? Okay. There's plenty of tools around to do that. If you're wanting to convince the other mining company people though to help you with that, that would be like a charisma check or something. If
You know,
want
one
to-
thing we could do, and this might be easier, guys, is just put up a fence around the base of the wall. I mean, yeah, they can climb down on a rope, and then where they're going, they're just going to be stuck behind a fence.
I mean, it depends on the position of. where
I guess
things
it
are.
depends on how much of the wall is exposed and how much space we'd have to cover with a fence. But
Right. Well,
Yeah.
because it's like one entire side of this plateau, so there's quite a bit of perimeter of that plateau.
And worst case, we just need to make it small enough for me to hide.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, check if you want to, or if someone wants to roll a charisma check to try and convince some of these miners or whatever to assist you. You
Certainly
can.
go ask. Unless one of you want
Yeah.
to do it.
But then I'd have to talk to them.
I got you then. All right. There's a 9.
So you waltz up and you relay the message or whatever that you're wanting to carve out this section underneath the plateau. And they say, you can use our tools or whatever, but we're pretty busy with other things that we have to do. All the extra hands are you guys. So unfortunately, we
All right.
don't have time to spare.
Well, I'll go start making a me-sized hole in the wall.
Okay.
Everything else after that is a bonus.
Sure.
We're gonna make it so I can fit into it.
Right. The check I'm gonna have you do is to make it not look super obvious that it's there or whatever. Like it's basically just gonna be cleaning it up. So if you want to give me, what would this be? Maybe a wisdom
Gosh.
or a.
Do the thing, Dan.
I mean, it doesn't matter what the check is. My stats are all flat, so
16. And I was gonna have you succeed either way. This would just be like the amount of time it takes you to do it. And with a 16, you're pretty quickly able to chisel out yourself a hole.
I mean, it's pretty small. So
Yeah,
It's the size of a
you're
mini
able to make
fridge.
yourself a nice spot pretty easily, and you clean it up. It's not super obvious. You feel pretty confident you'd be able to hide under there. And break
I
line
hope
of
it's
sight
like
of
just the
whoever.
right size for me to like sit with little armrests and then like this, and it's just shaped around me just like that.
Yeah, I'd say that. There's just like a little seat you've carved out of it, like one of those.
It's a perfect
those
me-shaped
Adobe
hole.
houses. Yeah. Yep. So you carve this nice little hole out, and it's perfect size for you to hide and wait for more people to come tonight. All right. Anything else you wanted to do with the day? So you've probably spent. It's just after noon, I guess, at this point. So it's probably about 2, 3 in the afternoon.
Drinking time.
Sure.
Food, drink.
Plenty of it.
Maybe a nap. I
Yep.
like
Yeah,
long
we're gonna-
naps.
It has
We're gonna
been.
stay up again tonight. Napping would be good.
Yeah. You guys
Yeah.
put
I
in
did
your
that
rest.
today. In real
Sure.
life.
You guys catch up on your sleep. Everyone's pretty busy. About 4 hours go by. It's probably getting close to around 7 o'clock at night. And there's a loud bang from where the drill's at. Because the drill itself is pretty loud, but you're able to rest easily enough next to it because it's just kind of this constant drumming white noise. But once it hits around 7 o'clock, you hear this loud bang. You hear like the drill. It sounds like it. Let's see, what would this sound like? You hear the constant like whirring sound ease up for a second. You hear the gears spin up really quickly. Like you hear it go from like yee to a yee really quickly, and then a loud thud, and the drill stops.
Well, they fucked that up.
And you're each
Oh.
awoken by that.
I would also like to point out with all the bits that we got earlier, depending on what you want to do with them, Joe,
Mhm.
we could do like 8 rerolls or whatever. We got 800 bits.
Okay.
So,
I'd say bank them as rerolls.
yeah. All right.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess we can go check that out. I'm all right checking it out. Like, listen, I ain't going to fix the goddamn thing, but at least I can tell them what they did wrong.
Sure.
Yeah, we can go stand over their shoulder and make it harder for them to fix.
Yeah.
Right. So you come over to this drill, and kind of the way that it's been working is it looks like there's like this base that's secured to the ground, and there's all these kind of platforms and scaffolding around it, and as it drills down, they add more sections to it to increase the length of it as it's going down. So you've been seeing that there's like quite a bit usually that's sticking up above the ground, but it is gone. Like you don't see any of the drill anymore. It looks
Get
like it's
broke.
fallen through.
Yeah.
They've crashed into the center of the earth.
So you go over and you ask, like, what happened? And they're like, well, we don't know. We must have hit like a cavity or something because it fell
Here
through.
come the dinosaurs.
They've been waiting.
They've been waiting in silence in the core.
Yep. These fuels aren't
Well-
fossilized yet.
Land of the lost.
What do you guys do when this happens normally?
Well, we haven't run into quite this big of a chasm yet.
Does somebody go down there, or do you just?
I think it's pronounced chasm. Thank you.
Chasm.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, if it's accessible, we usually try to dig around it and make our way down. It looks like it's kind of left open a big hole, so we'd be able to lower rope or something into it. It wasn't too much longer after we started drilling, so we guess it's probably only another, I'd say, 200 feet at the most down from where we started, which was pretty close to the surface. And you see them, like, they're starting to disassemble part of the drill. They're leaving like the root in place, but they're like clearing away rock and rubble, and you can see like this big hole where the drill used to be at.
Grab some rope. We'll lower Dan down in. He's got torches, I hear.
And they
More than what even?
you see that they're starting to set up what looks like a crane of sorts. There's like this big spool of cable that they're fastening to the same platform that the drill was on, and they start wenching it into the hole. And they're like, yeah, typically we just go down and try and retrieve it if it's there. If not, we need another drill.
Okay.
Well, listen, I'm not saying that we should totally go down there, but this seems more exciting than not.
Yeah. Believe it or not,
I mean, naps are cool too, though.
I'm okay at climbing things most of the
Well, they
time.
got a rope. I'm not climbing anything.
Mhm.
Well, I know.
But yeah,
I
we
mean,
could just put you on the end of the rope. There's a hook on the end of it, and it's designed to fasten to the drill. So
Yeah, just right in the
you would
booty
need to
hole, and they
bring-
lower you down.
yeah, they're like, you would need to bring some tools just to get the rest of the lengths off of the drill, whatever's left. Because
Oh,
the
we're
main
not
thing we
doing
care about
work.
is just
We're just making
the,
sure it's safe.
That's fair enough.
Waylon, put your crossbow away. This
Set him
rope
down
stands.
like a wrecking hobbit, said a wrecking halfling, said no one.
He came in like a wrecking halfling.
That's what I was going for.
I got
So-
you.
Ethenheimer comes over and said, "You said you're interested in going down into this hole."
I mean, it's something to do.
Yeah, I mean, how
Joe,
often do we?
All holes must be explored, Joe.
Sure.
Yes. Especially the ones filled with death.
Yep.
All of them are filled with death if you try hard enough, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's my usual level of effort.
So why don't you
Well,
lower the four of us along with a couple workers?
Yep.
They can do the labor. We'll keep them safe, and then raise us back up when we're done.
Yes, send
Sure.
in the drones.
Suppose if you want to go down and explore, I would be curious to see what you find down there.
Sure.
Just try and keep track of anything you might see, and let me know what's there.
Cool.
All
Let's
right.
do it.
And with that, he says we can lower you in groups of 4. So you can decide, do you want to go down before the crew, or do you want to have the crew go down first and then you join them?
How many
I
crew
mean-
members are you sending down?
4.
I mean,
Well-
in theory, we're probably more capable of dealing with something dangerous than they are.
Yeah, we can go down first. We need some torches
Sure.
and lanterns
Uh,
and guns.
Well, we don't have guns, but we definitely have lanterns that you could borrow.
Okay, yeah.
So they're each able to equip you with an oil lantern.
Can I get a couple extra flasks of oil too?
They're able to give you 2 extra flasks.
All right.
Great. You never know when you need a Molotov.
And
Pretty
we can
much.
sell these later.
Yep. They say just write it down. Give it a few tugs on the cable once you're ready. Like pull on it 3 times. Then we'll retract it back up and let the next group of people go down.
Sure.
I'll lean in real quick before he leaves and tell Chuck, just kind of whispering, if you were to find any shiny rocks down there, maybe something that fits in your pocket.
Shiny rocks.
Are we
Shiny
stealing?
rocks. I'm just saying it might be worth a look at. Bring it back up.
Yeah, let's go.
Sure.
I got a sack. We can stuff it full of rocks. Let's go.
Yeah.
So, you guys start your descent. You're each given like this harness with a clip on it that hooks to this cable. You're retracted down into it. The hole is probably a good 5, almost 6 feet wide. As you're being lowered into it, it's not after probably. Let's see. It would take probably about a good 3 minutes of just being slowly lowered down before you see into this chasm that you're being lowered into. It's pretty dark, but your lanterns open up and it looks like there's nothing at first. The light of your lantern doesn't hit anything. It looks like there's just nothingness below you. But after a few more seconds, you see that you're being lowered into what looks to be like a room, and there's the parts of the drill kind of scattered about, but you see worked stone at the bottom and worked walls. The ceiling around
That's
you seems rough and hewn and not really almost like natural. And you see bits of what looks like might have been the ceiling before that are crumbled about. But walls, floor seem to be like ruins of some kind.
interesting.
Well,
This is somebody's cool place that we just found.
yeah, I'm all about stealing stuff from people's cool places.
Is this the champagne room?
Yep.
No hanky panky in there.
That's
Hanky
right.
A few more
panky,
seconds
nice.
go by, and you are
Keep it
lowered.
clean.
You're able to start unclipping, and you're standing at the base. You see the bits of the drill scattered about. Some of the lengths of the drill that that were like on the end of it, that for like the extensions seem to be in pretty bad shape, but the drill head itself seems to be mostly intact.
Well, I
And you
suppose
see
not a total loss.
this. Should be mostly black, but in the center of your Roll20 screen, you should see a um, little like trapezoidal room that you're all in.
Yeah.
Roll20.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right, and then you're each given colors. I think Jake is blue, Eddie is green, Chuck is orange, and Dan is purple.
Okay.
And those will indicate where you guys are standing, where you want to move about.
That works for me.
So you land at the bottom. You tug 3 times and let them know, like, to pull it back up. And it's your choice if you like want to stay on the rope and ride it back up, or if you want to
We're
just
down
stay
here.
Yeah, I mean, this is our chance to find cool stuff without having to tell anybody.
Sure.
Being completely honest.
Yeah. Okay. So, first thing you notice, just work stone floor. Seems pretty old. There's a lot of dust and things, but you can't really tell if it's dust from that's settled or if it's just from all the debris of the ceiling breaking away. Um, but it's definitely like a thick layer of dust and rubble covers this room. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot in it other than a door here and a door here. You're able to see those pings. So a door
Well,
to
my
the top
instincts tell
left.
me we should go to the door to the left.
Okay. Wants to check out that door.
You got this, Mr. Thief.
Yeah, I do want to check it out.
Sure. You walk over to it. Anything in particular you're looking for, or you just wanting to do like a perception?
Now, I'm trying to remember what we determined on this before. Like finding
It
traps,
was
it's easier to do like a dexterity check to find traps than use the halfling skill at first, if I recall
sure.
correctly.
Because you actually have the find traps. Because it looks like dwarves have the best for finding.
Oh, do I? What?
Yeah.
Well, okay, best for base, and then I think thieves have a skill.
They do, and it's like a 10 or something. It's atrocious.
Okay, but it looks like dwarves have
Oh,
a 2 and
it's a
6
20.
chance with a d6. So
So for me, it's a 1
a
and
1 or a
5.
2 on a d6 will give you a successful
So
find trap.
20% versus 30%.
Yeah, mine's 1 and 3. I don't care. You can roll it if you want to, or I can roll it. I don't give a shit.
I'm willing to yield on this one just because you're more likely to succeed.
1. So,
Nice.
you investigate the door, and you're confident it doesn't seem to be trapped.
This one's
Just
safe.
looks-
So the door
Looks
can
to
leave
be-
anytime it wants, Joe.
Yes, it's a free door.
Good to know.
Yep.
Go on and get out of here, door.
Yeah, it's like this. It's this thick, solid wooden door with It looks like stone has been kind of worked into it. It looks like the edges of it are this worked stone that's pretty eroded and old at this point. It might have had like engravings and things. You can see small dents and divots in it, but now it just looks like this old dusty rock that's kind of intermingled with the wood. You don't see any sign of traps on this door.
All right, I'll push it open.
All right. You see.
What's behind door number 1?
Ah.
A hallway.
It's a hallway with another door.
Yo, dog, I heard you like doors, so I put some doors behind your doors so you can walk through more doors.
Oh,
So in this hallway, and it's just towards the right, there's a door.
Yep, you see to the right there is a door right here. And then like a section of wall here that looks kind of different. Or actually, wait. There. That was supposed to be there.
that's a wall section.
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like a wall. It's kind of
So-
rounded.
Yeah.
And it's got all these weird like etches and things in it.
Yeah.
As
Without
it
with the stream not being able to see this, we need to make sure we're all describing things
Sure.
as well as we can.
So yeah, you come into this hallway. There's a door. I guess we can
For
use
us, it
like
would be on the
north.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then directly in front of the door is this like curved part of the wall that has all these strange lines and etchings in it.
Okay. Um, this curved part of the wall with the lines and etchings in it. Do the lines and etchings, does it look like it's language of some form, or just
Um,
scratches from
it
construction? Or
looks like the lines and things are too big to be any sort of language, and they look to be scraping. You see like lots of parallel lines with each other, so it looks like it's from movement of some kind.
okay. And it looks like it's a different kind of stone.
Yeah, it's slightly darker.
So just taking a hunch here, guys. We can either check that door out, or we can see if we can push this. I want to guess this is a large boulder of some kind.
got a 10-foot pole.
It's on the left. We always go left.
This is true.
Them's the rules. Can't mess with the
Sure.
rules.
Does there appear to be any kind of like mechanism or anything here that might cause us injury?
Give me an intelligence check,
Sure.
or if you're looking for a trap, then that as well.
Yeah, I'm doing a trap. Another one.
You don't see any traps that are part of this wall.
Let's push this rock.
Okay.
Let's do it. I will help.
Try indicate like which direction you're pushing it for me,
Um,
because it's got like a curve on it, so it can be pushed either straight back diagonally. Okay.
like that.
So you push on it, and it feels like it budges, but it kind of catches and doesn't quite move back once you do that. Feels like it hits something when you push it that direction.
Okay. Can we try and push it like kind of more straight on from the hallway, I guess? Pushing it from like
Yes.
east to west.
So you push it from there, and it moves and starts
Ooh.
rolling, leaving this big, like stone on stone, as it scrapes along the walls. It seems to be almost the exact width of the hallway, and the hallway's got like this rounded base to it, kind of to fit the ball.
Neat.
And you hear it roll and eventually crash as it hits another wall. So let me reveal what you see now.
Oh. That's. Did we push that the wrong way? I think we pushed that the wrong way, guys.
Perhaps. I wonder how hard it would be to roll it back this way, because we could like have somebody either, hide here for a bit and then try to like sneak around it. Nah, it's probably not possible to sneak around that on that side.
Yeah, it seems to be like 10 feet wide, so it would be pretty difficult to get through that. It basically takes up a 2x2 space in this hallway.
Yeah.
The way that the walls and like this hallway, the one that you're standing in right now is very square, like with right angles on the floor and the ceiling. The hallway that this boulder is in is almost rounded around it, so it's more like a tube made out of stone.
You said it's got a bunch of like lines and stuff in it. Would it be possible to like kind of grab them and try and roll it back towards us?
Sure. See if you want to try and get like a handhold in one of those gouges in the stone.
I do want to put out there. then I personally believe that is sketchy as fuck. I will not discourage you from doing so, but I'm hanging back to see what happens.
Like putting your hands in it, you mean?
Rolling it towards you.
Oh, well, that's probably fair.
As long as you're not wearing a fedora and carrying a whip, you'll probably be all right. But we can't say that 100%, Dan.
Here's another
Yeah.
idea. Let's look at the floor first and see if the floor is level or not. Does it look like it's likely to come back?
Oh yeah, dwarves can check for a slope in the floor.
Sure. All right. Is there any roll with that, or can you just see it?
I think that's just a natural thing. It's a natural ability.
It's a racial trait. I got to look it up. Hold on.
Okay. I just want to double check the specifics on it, but I'm pretty sure you will.
It says are able to detect slanting passages, traps, shifting walls, and new
And
construction on a roll of 1 to 2 on a d6.
Same roll, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps.
wanna
Chuck, you
roll
want me
that
to
again?
roll, or you want
It's all you, man.
your?
It's all you.
I'll roll. You've used a lot of luck already in your first two. Two.
One or two. Okay.
Tells
So
you where it's
you
at.
you start inspecting the floor, and you notice that there's not only are there gouges on the boulder itself, but there are gouges that kind of make like these circular grooves right next to where the base of the floor is and the base of the wall. So it looks almost like the floor is teeter-tottering slightly. And you also see there's like a circular divot where the ball was resting before. So it looks like once it's pushed out of its divot, the floor kind of slopes and carries the ball down the hallway.
Oh, so in theory, we could put a bunch of weight on this end and then bring the ball back.
Right. So
Not
it
that we probably
looks
have
like
enough weight to offset it.
if you unlodged it from the divot it's in currently, it would then be on a
Come back
slope
this
that
way.
goes back towards you.
Yeah.
Sketchy as fuck. Let's check out that door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any crushed bones on left on the floor?
Yeah, I think we
Not that
needed
you
to
see.
push it the other direction because there's a little alcove, and then that would have let us sneak past the boulder and get to whatever's at the other end of that hallway.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh well, we can think about it later.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So you go up to the door. Just gonna open it.
Do we want to check for traps?
Probably should.
Joe, do you need to be rolling these D6s?
I don't know. I don't know if it.
I
I'm
think you
supposed to.
should. That way, in case we fail it, we don't know we failed.
That would make sense.
Same thing with like stealth
Oh,
tests
okay.
and
Okay.
stuff.
Yep. I am supposed to be rolling those. My bad.
That's fine. This is the old
okay.
times where players didn't have to
Right.
roll anything.
Yeah. Makes sense.
We just tell you
Okay.
what you want to do, and you tell us how fast we die doing it.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll check that door for traps.
Just for looking at the door, you don't see any traps on it. Looks to be a
Alright.
normal door.
Let's push it open.
Okay. You go to push it open, and it doesn't feel like it opens that direction.
Let's pull it.
All right. You pull it, and the doors swing in towards you.
Nice.
Never trust a door that swings into you instead of outward.
This is clearly an entrance and not an exit.
Yes. Because they follow building code.
They do. They do.
Let's see.
Their ball
like
trap
this
is
little-
specifically on the level.
Is what?
I said their ball trap is on the level.
Boo.
Only Eddie. Thank you.
I'm trying to.
That was groan worthy.
I like
for
the way the
sure.
polygon reveal looks, but gosh, it takes a lot.
If you ever switch this over to Foundry, even though there's no character sheet in Foundry, the line of sight and wall tool is super fucking easy.
Yeah, I didn't have time to do. Technically, we have dynamic lighting on this too because it's made with your account.
Yeah.
But I didn't have time to set that up. So this is what you see: a hallway. So you just see this long hallway. It kind of narrows on either end. You see a door on the far right. On the left, it's kind of hard to see. I guess it doesn't really need to be said, but it's pitch black in here. Like there's no light sources, there's no torches or anything on the wall. Like it's been pitch black the whole time. The only light you have is from your lanterns. I forgot to say that explicitly. But so from this door, you can see just partially past it. It looks like it opens up into a bigger room on the left that doesn't have a door. And on the right, you see there is a door. And then in front of you are two staircases going up. And there is also a statue in front of you. It looks to be a hooded figure with a hood that goes like down past their face. And they're holding a bowl in their hands. Or it's more like a little basin. It's just like a
Does it
shallow
seem
bowl.
reminiscent of the way the indigenous people here dress, or
No, it does not resemble that. It looks to be just like long robes, like a single piece of cloth robe.
I want to go check out that basin.
Okay. You walk up to it.
Oh, I can move.
You
Me.
look inside. What race is your character? Are you a dwarf?
Dwarf. Yeah.
Okay. So, it's above your head, the basin. Like it's probably like right above your head to you, maybe. You would just barely be able to like reach the height of it with the top of your head if you like stood on your toes.
give me a boost?
Yeah, I'll pick him up so he can see in it.
Okay, yep, you lift him up, and you just see this stone little basin in the hands of this statue.
Anything in it, or does it look like there's anything that's been in it, like dried up, or otherwise?
Are there any
Uh,
car keys in it, Joe?
No, there's no car keys.
No car keys in the bowl.
It's not
Okay.
the statue by the door.
Party's been over for a long time, guys.
Right.
Oh
So
no.
you look at it.
This was a
and,
swingers dungeon.
It
Swingers
looks
dungeon.
like there's
Yeah, welcome to my dungeon.
dust. It looks like there's like kind of this ring in the center, as if there was some sort of liquid that settled and then evaporated. Because the dust is much thicker around the outside of it than it is in the center. There's still dust on either. It looks like it's been empty for a long time, but it looks like some liquid or water sat in that for a lot longer than sides.
If I look up, can I see like anything under the hood?
Under the hood,
Mm-hmm.
you look up, and it does look like the opening in the hood. Like you can't see the face, and it's just pitch black underneath it. But it does look like that is directly over this little basin.
I'll take one of the lanterns and maybe kind of like lean up and under it a little bit.
Okay. So you like lean under, you put your lantern up to it, and you kind of get like a glint of metal almost that you see like on the inside of it. It looks like almost maybe the inside of it's like a pipe. See this like even metallic ring of light.
Okay, maybe it ran something into the basin before or something. I don't know.
Could be. We can search the statue, see if there's like a faucet or some shit.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. You look around it, just by looking at it, you don't see anything.
Okay.
But
How long do we have until these miners get down here?
they were waiting for you to pull on the rope 3 times.
Did we not do that?
Not yet.
No.
I don't know. If
We
anyone
buggered off
said
and
they did
started
that.
looking around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's double back real quick before we get too far into this, and let's pull on that.
Yeah. And Joe, I don't know how long we've been going, but do we want to take a break at some point?
Yeah, right after 11. We can take our first break here.
Okay.
That works. So we'll take a break with you going over, and you make it back to the rope, and you tug on it real hard 3 times. And after you tug on it 3 times, a few seconds go by, and it kind of jolts and then starts slowly retracting up.
Okay. All right.
But all right.
Give it
So,
a good
yeah,
tug.
we're going to take our first break here as they have just entered the dungeon of the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly. As soon as I can find where I put OBS.
Ja, auf Wiedersehen.
There it is. See you all in a bit. And we're back.
Oh, snap.
Woo.
Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the Defenders of Kobold, running a BFRPG campaign, Veleran. When we left off, let's see, you guys made it to a mining camp, found out it was being sabotaged by local native people, shot one of their ropes while they were climbing and killed them, or caused
Fell.
them to die.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Brought the body back and used it as a like underhanded threat, but also was trying to be respectful about it. And then when the drilling started back up, they drilled into a cavern, which appears to be some dungeon that you guys are now exploring.
Sort of.
And that's where we resume.
Yeah.
Well, we
So-
pulled the rope to have them send their crew down, I think.
Yes,
Mhm.
and we ended right before we went to break. You were told once you go down and you hit the bottom to like pull on the rope. And what is that?
Olive.
Oh, an
I'm
olive.
just being a dick. Keep talking.
Okay.
Why is it empty, Chuck?
Because
Why
I
is it empty?
bit the end off of it and I sucked the pimento out.
Good for you. Pimento stuffed olives. Thank
That's
you.
how I got my
Okay.
first raise at my first job.
But as a metaphor.
That was a
yeah.
showstopper.
So you guys were told when you make it to the bottom, pull on the rope 3 times. That will signal that it's time for the next screw to be lowered down and to pull the drill back up. So you pulled on it. Were you gonna sit around and like wait for them to come down or anything, or were you just gonna like run off and continue?
We know about how long it's going to take, right?
Yeah, it takes about 3 minutes.
Each direction. So
Yeah.
we'll just keep, like in like 6 minutes. Let's come back.
Okay. So let's come back. Okay. So 6 minutes would be like right about when the next party would be just about to land.
Yeah.
So yeah, you come back out. You are in this hallway, looking at this basin. You inspected it. There was this statue holding this stone basin and had a hood. And when you looked underneath the hood, it looks like there's a pipe where its face should be that seems to drain into this basin that it's holding. And you don't see any mechanism to trigger said pipe, but you can tell that it's mechanical in some way.
Yeah.
All right. So, just to say where we're at again. So, to the left of this hallway, it opens up into a bigger room. To the right, there is a doorway at the end of the hallway. To the bottom right, there is a door that hasn't been opened. To the bottom left is the door you came through. And to the top, there are 2 staircases on either side of this statue.
I don't know about the rest of you. I feel safer exploring the areas that we don't have to open additional doors.
I'm kind of on board with that.
So
I'm a little
let's,
concerned with this little gap here.
do you want to check that out real quick?
A little bit.
All right.
So we can know, since it's so close to our way out of here.
I'll go to our side of the door and I'll check it for traps.
Okay. You do not see any traps. It appears to
I
just be a
will
normal door.
If it
Push
pushes
and
outwards,
or
we can use
pull.
yeah, if it pushes, we can use our
Okay.
pulls to push it.
It pulls into the room. So it pulls at
I'll
you.
pull it open.
Okay. You pull it open and you see a here's this tool. You see just a short section of hallway and then another door.
There we go. Takes us back to the beginning. Would you care to lead the way?
Does it push or pull, Joe?
If you walk up to this next door.
Yep.
All right. Um,
I
is
never mind.
that you that walked up to it, Dan?
I don't want to walk up to it yet. I just want to see if I can push it with my pole or not.
If you can push it with your pole. Okay. So
Because
where do you
if I can't
stand
push it from
to?
this side, it's a 10-foot pole, so I assume right at this door.
Okay. So
Because
move
if I
your
can't push
token
it from
to where you want to be. Okay. So you're able to push and it opens this door.
okay, it's good enough for me.
All right. Yep, this
I
door
still
opens up. You see into this room, the room that you started in. You still see the bits of the drill that are broken apart and the rubble.
Okay. Pull those doors shut, I suppose, in front of us.
Okay. You close those doors again, and you're still in that room. Where do you want to go next?
Where did Jake's token go? Or Eddie's token go?
It's gone forever.
Where did Eddie's token go?
I'm 110% certain that I didn't accidentally delete it after doodling all over it.
Probably
All
can't do
right.
that.
I'm the greatest.
Okay, here. Let's.
You can magic me up a new one, Joe. I know you
Yep.
can.
I am the DM.
If
right.
only I could control it.
Do we want to start by staying on
A
this level?
shiny new player token. Don't break this one.
There we go.
Okay.
Yay!
So which direction did you want to go? So, do you want to go up the stairs? Do you want to go to the door to your right, or do you want to go to your left where there's just an opening into the next room?
I would prefer left towards the opening.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So, as you step up, let me reveal what you see. From right there, you're able to see. Oh, come on.
That's a triangle.
It is
Yeah.
a triangle.
We can see in shapes.
But all right. So you see into this room from where you're standing. It looks like there's like this slight dip into the floor, and in each of the corners of the room, they're level with the floor that you're on now. But there's like this plus sign shaped depression in the floor that
I think that would be
in
called
each
a
of
cross, Joe.
well, I mean, a cross is more
We
like
don't know
V-shaped. So
Not
it's
all crosses.
a cross. Sure, it's a cross, but also a plus
Never
sign
played that sport.
is like indicates that it's up and down. You know, I don't know. Anyways, there's this cross in the floor, and in each of the walls, or like against the wall on each of the ends of this cross, look to be coffins, stone coffins with stone lids.
Ugh.
It's called a nope room.
Wow, look at that. 4 coffins and 4 of us. I'm ready to not be in here.
I want to move forward and take a closer look.
Chuck, as
I
you
want to
walk
load
up,
my crossbow.
I don't like that as you walk up.
your foot feels like it catches on something.
Fuck!
Um,
Let
And the whole
me
time.
roll the save and throw.
let's see. What's the saving throw against? Let me show it.
So pretty much your death ray or poison is your go-to saving throw.
Yeah,
Right.
It's your generic catch-all.
Yeah, if it's an area of attack like fireball or something like that, or then you're going to do dragon breath. if not magic wands, paralysis, petrification, rod, staff
Okay.
spells. Those
I
are all
think
super
Dragon
specific.
Breath is a good
Oh
roll
no.
here. As the ceiling falls apart
Yes!
and these charged, burning particles rain down on you. But it looks like you pass.
I passed the fucking save and throw.
Right, let's do that. So it's kind of hard to see your token on the
It
fire,
is.
but so you walk across. As you get about 5 feet from this opening, there's a tripwire you kind of stumble over. It clicks, the ceiling opens up, and all these burning particles rain down on you. With your 19, though, you are able to dive forward into the room, out of the way. So you land right here. And all of these burning particles just land and clatter along the floor. And you live.
I meant to do
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
That looks
So-
dangerous. There was a trap there.
Have fun storming the dungeon.
Fuck.
All right. Now, with you inside of it, I'll reveal more. And polygon tools. You see that. And this. All right. So you just see more of this room. Oh, I guess you also see this.
Looks
little
like
corner.
there's a passage on the west, south, 2 passages on the north.
Yep. So there is a passage south that leads to a door. There's a passage north on the right that leads to a door as well. And then there's a passage on the north left which leads down a hallway that you don't have enough light to see down. But it just looks like it continues on into a hallway.
Is this straight across from us a passage, or is this just an oddity? In the wall?
So it is just like a dirt part of the wall. So it looks like the stone has fallen away, and it's just like the earth. Like
Okay.
there's
I
no
just wanna
opening.
make
It's
sure.
kind of like collapsed.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's
not a
another
tunnel
passage.
or something bizarre.
Well,
No.
I'll call back to everyone. Like, if we're wanting to avoid opening doors, there is heading north out of this fucking crypt. There's a hallway.
And each of you are able, so all the burning things that fell on Chuck, you're able to wait a few minutes or a few moments, and then they seem to kind of cool down as the air hits them. So you're able to safely walk over it.
Hey there, Briar Club. Thanks
No,
for the
actually,
follow. Oh,
rid
Briar
of that.
Cub.
Now that it's not a issue.
I'm gonna guess that's Briar is in a Briar pipe, because that's what I'm getting loaded up right here.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. So yeah, you're in this room. You see these 4 coffins. Which direction do you want to go?
I'm cool going north. What do y'all think?
It's good with me.
Sure.
Jake, you were
Okay.
muted.
North sounds fine.
All right. I'll leap onto this coffin lid.
I do have my ladder as well if we want to try and make like a walkway of some sort.
So you jump onto that coffin lid, and as you land on it, it just slides off. There's like no ridges on it holding it in place. And the lid falls off, crashes, cracks in half, and the coffin is open. And inside of it, you see the skeletal remains of a man just with his arms crossed, but there's no skull.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about this guy coming to and biting us.
Yep, just appears.
Are there?
I was a captain.
Probably.
I would say he died by someone cutting off his head.
you might get that inclination from there. If you look at it closer, you do see like saw marks at the top of his vertebrae.
Yeah,
his
you
neck.
were right. You were super right. And I don't know how I feel about that.
Do you put him here?
I am absolutely thrilled with the thought of not doing anything with that goddamn skeleton.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's just keep on moving.
I'll just kind of whisper down into the coffin. Sleep well. You can't hear me.
Okay.
Look down, see the skull. Ah, Sir Ulrich. I knew him well.
Yep.
Everybody's
I
like, what are you
smile.
talking about? I don't know, just a bunch of gibberish.
All right. Yeah. So you're in this room. You've slid open one of these coffins as you tried to jump across it. It just appears to be a corpse without a head in it, or a skeleton without a head.
Yep.
The
Go
area north is revealed to you. It just
How
looks like
far
a
up?
kind of a dead end hallway.
How far up down is it? Is it just like, a couple steps, or is it?
It's a couple steps, so probably like 2.5 feet, almost 3 feet
Okay, so not like
from the
significant.
ground. Yeah, it's not like a huge drop. It's probably about 2 feet, like 1 foot
Okay.
each step.
Before we go in
So-
this hallway, whoever's going first should take this 10-foot pole.
Do I
right.
have a 10-foot pole?
I mean, if you want to brag.
Yeah, I got a 10-foot pole. I'll use my own 10-foot
Good
pole.
brag.
Thank you very much. And I will tap along the floor going forward.
Okay.
Does anybody
you-
anybody in chat can confirm that? Yes or no?
So you
What's
tap
that?
along the floor. Oh, they finally fixed the hide area tool so it doesn't stack over itself.
Oh, did they?
That's
Fantastic.
fantastic. I hated that so much.
I agree.
It was gross.
I don't even know what you're talking about, but I hated it too.
So in the fog of war setting, you can like click to reveal areas, right?
Mhm.
And it shows you like for the GM, you can see like it grayed out everywhere that the players can't see. For you, it's just black.
Right.
And if I want to re-hide an area by drawing a box over it to hide it, it used to like show the boxes that I drew. Like it wouldn't re-hide it. It would just show that I put a box there to hide it for the players again. So it would like just have like a slightly darker box overlaying the fog of war. And it looked horrible. I hated it. I hated it so much. It doesn't do that now. It just re-hides it. So I'm very
Nice.
happy about that.
Hooray.
Yeah. So, anyways, you start tapping along the ground with your 10-foot pole as you inch up. You walk 5 feet. Tap, tap, tap.
Yep.
Doesn't seem
Come
to
on,
hit
Helen
anything.
Keller, move it along.
You inch up another 5 feet. Tap, tap, tap. Nothing happens. And you make it to the end of the hallway without triggering anything.
These two dead ends, I want to kind of poke and tap at them, seeing if like there's any sign of like hidden doors. That's also one of my
Sure.
dwarven skills. So if you want to roll a d6.
Absolutely. Let's roll for that. Okay. So you go up and you tap on this, and it feels solid, just like a wall. You tap on this one, and it feels solid at first, but after like your third hit, it gives way a little bit,
Oh shit.
and sounds a little bit hollow. And you push like a crack open in the just straight down this wall, and a bunch of dust kind of frees itself up in this outline, and you are able to open up a little side wall.
Oh shit.
And there's
Hey,
just like
guys.
this. It doesn't go all the way up and down in the from floor to ceiling. It's just kind of like slightly, almost like a, I don't know, like a half door size.
Yeah.
It's opened up, and inside you see this. So you see another section of the hallway. You see what looks to be just some broken slabs of stone on the other side of this door. And in the corner here, where I'm painting, like you walk in, and it's basically a hallway going left and right with dead ends on either side. In the left, though, you see a chest sitting.
Oh shit!
Well,
What's
a
it made
lovely
out of?
little guest room.
It is a wooden chest with metal bars along like each of the
Oh, snap.
edges.
Yeah,
Jesse.
Assassin. Thanks for that 30-month
30
sub.
months.
That's great. I'll call back.
Fantastic.
Hey, thief people. This is all you.
Oh no. Is it? Does it have to be?
I mean,
I'll step forward with my crossbow, see the giant test, and I'll say, yeah, this is all me. Don't
Oh
worry.
well, I'll let him do it then. He's more excited than I am.
All right.
I'm gonna
It's just
get
a
out my.
wooden chest.
Is there a lock on this chest?
Not that you see.
Okay, then. I will open the chest. Just
All right. Ba-da-da-da. All right.
Yeah.
10 rupees.
So you
And a
open
fairy
the
in a
chest,
jar.
and you see inside of it what looks to be 100 copper pieces and 4 darts that fly out at yourself. Give me. What would that be? Is that death ray for darts?
yep, that's Death Ray.
Give me a death ray save.
Of them or 4 of them.
8. You pass. All right. So you open it, and they just fly 2 by each ear on either side of your head.
Ricochet
and
off the
they
ceiling and hit Chuck behind him.
no, they just clatter against the wall behind him. And either where did that token come from?
That's my token.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, but yes, there's just a chest, and you see 100 copper pieces inside of it.
Hooray.
stick my hand in there and kind of swish it around like, is that it? Come on. It's got to be like
Start
a...
sifting through it. Buried at the bottom of this 100 copper pieces, you find a long dagger with a
Ooh.
black blade.
Ooh, wow. Dibs. You can fight over the coins. I got this.
Listen,
As you
let's
pick it
split
up.
the coins. You can have the dagger.
You pick up the dagger, and one of the sides isn't really sharpened, and the other side has a serrated edge.
It's,
Interesting.
I believe this is
Red
a
dagger.
steak knife.
Resembles one a little bit, I guess you could say.
It could be a bread dagger.
Good at sawing. Yeah, that's what you find. You don't see anything else in the chest as you shift it around.
I'll stick that in my boot.
All right.
This is a drywall knife.
And whoever wants to note down, because I don't want to keep track of all the stuff you guys find.
No, we need to keep track of
Yeah.
that. I will volunteer to be the money tracker.
All right.
Joe, can you make a handout and call it loot found and give it
yes.
right access for everyone?
Let's do that. That would be under handout.
Oh, I can see it.
Loot.
Yeah.
And we're going to see all players can be edited by all players. Save changes.
Yeah. There we go. Cool.
There.
I will be our note taker.
Fantastic. Okay. So, oh yeah, I forgot that the character sheets have like built on.
It's a pretty tiny note section.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty much everything that you find in this room, though. Where to next?
Let's.
Either we double back to the stairs and see if there's doors at the top of them, or we give in and start opening doors. Or
How
alternatively, we check this little alcove here too. I kind of want to do that with my pole. Just check the floor and the walls.
Okay.
How long has it been since we headed out? Is it getting close to that 6 minutes?
It's getting really close to that 6 minutes. Yep.
Do you want to? Do
You
you
feel
want
like if
to?
you walked back right now, you'd be getting there right about 6 minutes.
Well, if you want to check it out, I can run back there real quick.
Yeah, I do
And
kind of
just,
want just poke it.
yeah, I'll run back there.
Yep.
And it's
Okay, real
just,
quick.
I'm just going to go tell the miners, like, hey, get your fucking drill, get back up there. Tell them we found some kind of like underground structure and
A
we're
tomb.
exploring it. Yeah, it's trapped. It's very dangerous. After you get up with your drill, have them lower the cord back down and wait for our signal to pull us up. So I'm just going to
Alright.
run over and do that.
Sure. Yeah. You have to wait there just a second. You hear like the crank, and you see some like loose rock and debris kind of dusting down from the hole. And you hear voices of the rest of the crew coming down. You relay all that information to them, and they're like, "Sure." And they seem kind of like frustrated, like, our drill's all busted up, but okay. And you just hear them working away at getting it attached to the crank and winch. You see them like attach it to the crank, or they attach the end of the rope to the drill, and they wait for it to go back up. They tug on it, and they all just sit around at the base waiting for the drill to be brought up for them to
Okay.
ride the next rope. So, Dan, were you checking out this area?
I was actually gonna just check this one first, since it's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
just to make sure.
You look around. You don't really see anything, other than there's like bits of like there's all these circular and square depressions in the dust. Looks like maybe barrels or boxes or something used to be there.
Okay.
It's kind of like a storage cubby or something.
Yeah, I kind of want to just go and check maybe this one over here out as well, since they're just the areas that we've been nearby.
Sure. You get the same sense that this is like a storage cubby, but the depressions are a little bit different. It looks like there's like a lot more vertical or horizontal slits, I guess, of depressions, and you're not really sure what might have been there, but it just looks like something used to be sitting there in that corner.
Okay. And I suppose maybe we'll make our way over here.
Okay.
At this point, I do want to kind of start tapping the floor a little bit with the pole. I'll probably start
Sure.
with this little cubby here and then work my way over here.
Okay. So you tap the floor around in this cubby. Don't find anything, just more dust. There's no depressions in the dust here, though, so it looks like identical to the other little storage cubbies, but you don't see anything was sitting in here. Gosh, excuse me.
My
You make it up
gosh.
here.
Bless you.
And you start tapping the floor. Move your token around like how you would be doing that.
I mean, I'm probably just gonna stay right on the steps here and then kind of just
Bonk,
start
bonk.
going
Okay,
one at a time, my way forwards.
sure. So, you're able to tap these squares. Nothing happens. To hit these squares, you'd have to move up to here.
Yeah.
And right when you go to tap this first square, you feel your rod pass through some resistance, and you hear like another trigger snap of a tripwire. And similar to earlier in the room when Chuck entered, the ceiling opens up and rains down this green mist
Oh, that looks unpleasant.
right in front of you.
At least it wasn't right.
It settles,
Limeade.
and different though from the red, like hot, burning mist that came out of the other side of the room. This green mist seems to evaporate almost before it hits the ground.
Because
And
by
there's
ecto
very
killer,
little
we
left.
missed our chance.
So there's very little left by the time it hits the ground. It just kind of looks like all this little pellets of dust. But yeah, you don't feel any effect or anything. Looks like it missed you.
Good. That's what I like.
So you see a door behind you.
Okay. Until we're all back together, I'll wait to do much else here other than suppose I can try and start doing the same thing on this side here.
Okay.
Have I become a ladder token?
Uh-huh.
I am the 10-foot ladder man.
I'll wait behind
All
you
right.
with my crossbow at the ready.
It's a good token.
There we go. Swag bag man.
Yep.
And I will catch back up with the crew.
Okay. You do so. So from here, where are you guys wanting to go? Which direction? There's basically a door leading up out of the room, and then there's a door leading down out of the room.
Well, since we triggered the
And
trap,
there's also
right?
3 more coffins that have not been opened.
Yeah.
I have no interest in opening these coffins.
Yeah.
Just saying what's there.
They can go absolutely last, if at all.
Sure.
I think we should go north past where the mist trap was.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Who's wanting to open that door?
I say where I want to go, but I'm not opening that door.
I hit it
Well,
with
if
my
you've
10-foot pole. Does it push?
Okay. You hit it with the pole, and it does push open.
Ooh.
Can any of you move the tokens I just made?
I can't yet.
Fuck. Hang on, let me fix it. That's what I get for being cute. Trying to make fancy
So I'm
tokens
gonna
and shit.
reveal this next room. You see into this long rectangular room. There are 6 stone statues, 3 on either side of the wall. They are all seem to be armored. They've got like these big pauldrons, and they're each clutching a sword, holding the hilt with the blade facing down towards their feet, all standing like at attention.
This seems like a dangerous room.
Yeah, it does. I can.
You don't see anything past it. It's just a dead wall at the end.
Do I see like a stone or something loose on the floor that I could pick up?
Yeah, there's plenty of like rubble and stuff all over.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just pick up a decent sized stone, like softball size, and I'll
Okay.
just toss it on in.
Sure. You toss it. Is there any particular spot you're aiming for in the room?
I just want to go as straight down, deep as I can.
Okay. You throw it down the
Ew.
room. It pings and ricochets a bit. But you don't see anything happen.
I'll be brave. I'll step in.
All right. Step in. There's 3 stone statues on either side of the wall from you. They tower over you. They're a little bit taller than like a normal person, probably around 6.5 to 7 feet tall. But part of that's
So
the
they're
armor
quite a
that
bit
they're
taller
wearing.
than Chuck and I.
Can I
Yes.
poke the one immediately to my left? Can I poke it with my 10-foot pole?
Yes. You do so.
Does
It just
anything
feels like
happen?
solid stone.
Do I see any like joints or any breaks in the form like it might move?
Um, you study it. You look around. You see like little dents and things all around it, but you don't see anywhere where it looks like it's got a clean break all the way through, as if it were moving.
What are these dents? Like chips in the stone?
Yeah, there's like chips and divots all over it.
All from one direction?
Um, they seem to be mostly on the front of it.
George, why don't you go check out the next one?
I just take my like
Yeah.
10-foot pole and just wave it in front of me, just up and down. Like
Sure.
right in front of its face.
And the other one looks to be an almost identical condition, where it's
Hey,
this
there's
big
Jeff.
stone statue. It's got all these dents and divots in it in the front.
Hmm. Does this statue here seem reminiscent of the other statue in any way, shape, or form?
The one across from it.
Well, I mean, like at the beginning with the basin.
Oh, other than the type of stone it's made of, as you're thinking back, like the stone of the statues is different than the walls. It's like a slightly darker color, um, but it looks or not necessarily identical, like because the other one was a guy wearing a cloak, but it looks to be like the same um, art style, I guess you could say, the same way it's depicting a person.
Some height.
Kind of the
or-
proportions are the same.
Okay.
Yeah, like the height and all that. Although they're wearing very different things. The other one is wearing like a robe, and this one's wearing armor.
I want to take my shield arm and
Okay.
I want to reach out and I want to kind of wave it in front of the torso of this one immediately to my left. With those dents in the front, I'm just afraid something's going to shoot out from the other side.
That's what I'm worried about too.
Okay. So as you wave your shield in front of it, right when it gets above the torso, one of the dents shoots a dart into your shield.
Oh. Oh.
One of them is a little bit deeper than the rest. There seems to be like all these chips and stuff in it, but some, now that you're looking at it, are like actual holes that contain.
Mm-hmm.
How low do these holes go?
They go. Some of them go down to about its knees, which would be like neck level with you.
Oh, then I just get down on my hands and knees and I just crawl across the room.
Okay. You do so, and like as you look back and forth, it kind of looks like there's holes in each of them, and then the dents are where the darts hit the other statue.
Okay.
This is what it's looking like.
Do I make it to the other side of the room?
You crawl on your hands and knees, and you make it to the other side, and you don't see anything. You just see another wall on the other side.
Secret wall.
Well, there ain't
Check.
shit over here.
Check the wall for secret doors.
I'll inspect this wall, sure.
All right.
Otherwise, this room is just silly.
You check that wall for secret doors, and you're pretty confident there is not one there.
Okay, it's a dead end, guys. I'll crawl back.
What a stupid room.
I won't argue with that. Listen, you're welcome to go check it, but I feel pretty good about that. Like it's solid, nothing caved, didn't see any switches on it.
I mean, I'm not gonna find anything different than what you found.
All right.
So we can come back here and probably make our way through
South?
here. Yeah, south.
Jake, were you going to say something?
Nope.
Okay.
And so,
South.
Okay.
We want to make sure and tap do the floor
Okay.
as we come across it again.
Tap the floor. You're checking every tile, and you make it up to the door. doesn't seem to trigger anything.
Okay. Oh no. All right, and I'll go come up here and push the door.
Okay. You push the door, and it opens away from you.
It's my favorite kind.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it looks to be like a storeroom. You see like there's a level kind of equal height to what you're standing on. There's a few short steps, and there's like the room's kind of like the first half of it next to you is your height, and then the other half of it is raised up about 2 feet.
Okay.
And you see like a few boxes and barrels made out of wood, just kind of in all the corners.
Do we want to go check those out?
Let's bust open some boxes.
I feel like we got to do our due tapping diligence first.
All right, you tap away. Once you're sure it's safe, the rest of us will come in and
I trust nothing.
loot.
So I'll just tap all the tiles as I work my way out from the door here.
Okay, start tapping. Nothing seems to happen as you're tapping. Or here, let me switch the. You
I
tap
figure
here.
I'll just like cover
here.
from this floor over to there and then kind of work my way
Here.
up this one and then back across.
Nothing
just-
seems to happen except for when you tap right here,
Okay.
you hear movement coming from inside of this crate.
Okay. Well, then I'll
Hmm.
probably something. I'm dead if I had to guess.
You tap and you hear what sounds just like scampering and
Or a
screwing.
rat. Hmm.
Okay.
I'll pass that information on. Do we want to get ready to jump it or?
Yeah.
have it
Norholin,
in
if you want to get to the other side, we can waylay this thing.
I'll stay back on the opposite side of the room with my crossbow, ready to fire into melee if need be.
Eddie,
Yeah.
do you want to throw it open and I swing, or you want me to throw it open and you swing?
Is it a sealed box, Joe, or is it just like a lidded box?
It's closed, but it looks like there's a lid that you can pry open and then pop off.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'll get it. I'll get kind of the head of my axe kind of right below the edge of the lip of the lid and get ready to just kind of like pop it open as quick as possible.
Okay. You get ready to do so, and then you said Chuck,
It's a
you're
one
standing
and
ready
a
to
two, and let's do the
swing
do.
on it.
Yeah.
So you're ready and just to hit whatever's inside of it when you open it.
Yep. If it looks,
Even if it's a small child. No.
Bop.
Especially if it's small.
I was gonna say
Especially
I
if it's a small
might
child.
decide when it's open, but if you said there's a possibility of a child, then yeah, I'm just fucking swinging.
Speaking of child abuse, don't we have a new zine we're working on?
We do. It kickstarts on Monday. If someone wants to just hit exclamation point kickstart in the chat, people can get links to it and fucking follow that son of a bitch.
Okay,
Heck
kicks
yeah.
the shit out of it, Jet.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. So, Eddie, you have your axe pried into it, ready to pop the lid. Chuck, you're standing ready to whack whatever's inside.
Yep.
And you pry it open. And inside of this this crate, the first thing you see is what looks like a torso, but it's kind of skeletal. It seems to be made out of stone. And then in the bottom of it, though, you see 3 rats that are just kind of scurrying around. And with the lid being opened, they start trying to climb up the sides of the box and out.
Oh yeah, I
just-
swing.
I'll just close the lid.
Okay.
I very crudely dumped a rule into chat because it may come into play with what Jake just said he was gonna do.
What's that?
If you fire into combat with an ally who's in melee with the target and it misses,
Oh, okay.
you, Joe, decide randomly who it might hit. Oh no. You start with one person, roll the attack against them. If it hits, fine. If it misses, pick the next person, and you just go through everyone who's in that melee group.
Man.
Does that include
It's-
other enemies?
It just says allies.
That's lame.
Allies won't accidentally hit an enemy, but will accidentally hit a
Unfortunate.
friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's I might home rule that there's like a die you roll and that's like the number of people that it could target, and then I randomly select out of all of the targets who it might hit.
Yeah.
Something like that. 'Cause that seems weird. But yeah, so
Ugh.
you swing at it.
I get a 7 on my attack roll.
7 does not hit. And
It's
these
three rats piloting
rats.
a stone skeleton.
Right. So you swing at it and miss. And Eddie, you said you're trying to close the lid back down.
Yeah, after he misses, I'll just slam the lid shut.
Okay. Give me a saving throw on that. See if you're able to cram it down before these rats make it out.
Kind of saving throw do you want?
I want a. Let's see. You can do just like dexterity saves in this, right? Or is that not a thing?
Well, saving throws. If you want to do something like that, it's just death ray.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Death
you
ray.
could make like a dexterity skill check,
Okay.
and I think it's rolling
just do-
under your skill, isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
that
just
was
do
home
a-
rule
a
for me.
Death ray.
Okay. Okay.
Just a straight up death ray?
Yep.
Plop.
Okay. One success. So you pop it down, and one of them's like right next to getting out, but you just bash its head with the box as you're slamming it, and you
Bop.
hear it just get knocked off and kind of hit the bottom.
Get
of the
back in box,
And the other
rat,
two are
or
just
big problem.
scurrying around. They seem to be in a bit of a frenzy, trying to get out for a second, but then they kind of calm down and seem to go dormant again at the bottom.
Ah, stupid rat.
They can stay there.
Rat, stay in box. Pooh.
Well, maybe I'll resume my search, but around this side instead.
Okay. So you start tapping.
Tap.
Tap. You see there's like a table up here. It's not like a table per se. It's like a plank of wood that's laid across the top of a few different barrels.
Mhm.
And you tap around it. You don't hear any scampering or scurrying or anything.
That's my favorite
Seems to
sound
be
to not hear.
quiet. Yep.
Maybe we can check what's in these barrels or something.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go use my sword to wedge a top off a barrel.
Okay. So you pop the top off, and you're instantly hit with this like horrible, rank smell of what smells like decaying, like grain.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever smelled like corn grain or flour that sat for way too long, but it is awful. And that's just what it smells like. It just seems like this is like food storage that's just been here for a really long time and it's spoiled.
Okay. Do we want to check them all real quick, or do we call one good enough?
Yeah. Let's check them all.
Yeah.
Pop them all. Same thing with all the other ones that you find. They all just seem to be food storage that's spoiled.
Okay.
The room smells horrible now that they're all open.
Put the lids back on them, and
Almost gagging. But
anything else
Nothing
of
new.
note in here other than the skeleton box?
no, that's the only box that you see. Looking at it, it looks like it's been dragged into the room from the direction that you came. That's the only thing of note.
Okay. So I think at this point we return to the room with the stairs, or we check these coffins.
So there is also a door here to the
Oh,
south.
I for some reason didn't notice that door.
That's
Um,
fine. Yeah,
we
so
can-
you've got a few different options. You've got the room that had the statue at the basin. That's got 2 staircases going up. And there's also a door in that room to the right that leads off.
Well, we're this far. Do we want to check this door to the south?
Yeah. Does it push?
Does not push.
Oh man.
You
Oh.
push on it, it feels like it is a pull open door.
Pull it open, man. You got this.
Does it have like a ring on it by chance?
Yes.
Got a little grappling hook and some ropes. I'll hook the grappling hook on it and step back and then pull it open with the rope.
Okay. So you like drop the hook
This
on
is
it,
very smart.
back up, pull on it. So you pull, and as you're pulling on it, the door pulls in towards you. Feels like it stops for like a split second and then clicks and then keeps pulling as a giant like piece of log smashes the other side of the door and heads straight in towards the room towards you. But missing you.
Good call with the rope.
So the other door is obliterated, and this one's open. And this log kind of comes in and just teeters out a little bit. It seems to be
There we go.
resting now.
Protecting my 2 HP.
Yep.
So what do we see past this log?
Past this log, you see.
Slog, slog. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood.
Exactly what I was thinking of too.
Better than bad.
Do we
It's good.
really need anything else from this dungeon other than this?
I don't think so.
Right? See a hallway.
Found the real treasure.
See.
This is Blamo's development site.
You see a hallway that goes down, and then it goes left and right. You see a door that is straight, or a set of double doors straight south of you. If you were to head left at those, you would see a single door going south. Thank you for the log token. That log is just hanging there. And then down the hallway, you see a door leading to the left. So you've got 2 doors going south. One's a set of double doors, one's a single door. And then there's a set of double doors going left, west.
Okay.
Chuck, as you walk down the hallway, you step on that exact tile, and your foot just kind of gives way
Huh?
as the floor opens up.
God damn it, Chuck. Can't you remember that Jehovah starts with an I?
And
There's my
you
death
see
ray save.
Oof.
Oh.
a spike pit.
That's how Chuck lost a foot. Not to diabetes like we thought, but to a
Death
trap.
ray. Failure. So you walk down the hallway, Chuck. You step. You don't realize in time as you shift your weight to that foot and fall headfirst into this pit of spikes. What is
Only
that
1
for?
point of damage?
I'm just figuring out what character I'm going to be playing after this one dies.
Yeah, that's safe. How much HP does your character have?
Let me show you. 6
6.
HP.
There is a chance he'll live.
He'll be full of
Let's-
holes, but he'll live.
Yeah.
he'll
Yeah,
still be-
Captain Kyrian. This uses like the BX D&D saves. So there's no dexterity reflex. It's death ray,
it's,
paralysis, dragon breath, spells, wands.
It's not looking good for you, Chuck.
No, unfortunately, you suffer 12 damage and are
Uh-huh.
impaled.
Uh-huh.
I'll call out, Torg, you all right down there?
You
just hear like a wet
sputtering. Yeah.
Think you've made a mistake.
little bit of spurt up out of the floor.
Quentin Tarantino blood spray.
Yeah.
Sure you're okay there, bud?
There is, yeah, there's no answer.
No, unfortunately. Luckily enough, it's just kind of a square, 2x2 square that's opened up. And it looks like you'd be able to shimmy around to either side of the hallway easy enough.
Any way we can pull his cadaver off the spikes?
Got grappling hook and rope.
Yeah, you do.
Can try and fish him out.
Well, I mean,
Sure.
I mean, he's already
was
dead.
carrying
so
a-
not like we
he
can
was
do
carrying
it.
our copper coins that we found.
He was. He did say he was carrying all of your money.
Huh?
That you found.
Well, the copper coins that we found, at least.
You're right. That you found.
Oh yeah, we do have rerolls.
Oh, we have like 8 rerolls. Can I reroll that, Joe?
Yeah.
That was a good catch.
Yeah. You guys haven't been using those, I guess.
Hey!
There you
Hey!
And then
So,
he just pops up off of the
just as
spikes.
a,
Like, I'm
uh,
fine. I'm
go.
fine.
You have this
Just
sudden
kidding.
flash vision that you feel like you're about to die or something as you step on the floor and you kind of hesitate a bit as it opens up and you see a pit of spikes that definitely would have killed you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Sure is a great thing that you decided not to do that.
Good thing he had the dagger of time on him.
Yeah.
Here's your rewind. Here,
I get to keep using that character.
Yay!
And you don't have to
Um,
fish them out.
So is this like a door straight across the pit still?
Yes, so it's still a door straight across from the pit. Still a door here, to the left of that door, or I guess there's a single door facing south to the
our left
east.
down the hallway.
For what it's worth, I do have my 10-foot ladder that I can lay down to help us get across the pit safely.
You could, yep. This pit is not exactly 10 feet. It's a little bit smaller because there's
Yeah.
like a slight lip around all sides of it, so you would easily be able to lay your ladder across and
Yeah,
have
and I
contact
figured to
with
start with, we can go like across a corner or something too. So there should be plenty of
Yep.
room to work. Use your 10-foot pole next time, Torg.
Yeah. That was my bad. Yeah.
Yep. All right, where do you guys want to go?
It's an extension of your body. Become one.
Well, if we can see double doors there, double doors, I think, signify something larger to me.
Well,
So
Like a
let's-
log.
and there's double doors straight across from us too.
So do we want to shimmy over to the right? Which would be our left with the
left.
way we're facing. And we can check out this and that door?
I'm fine with working our way around from the left.
Sure. I'll
Follows
shimmy
our
over there.
MO.
Yeah.
I'll put my ladder down so it's nobody has to make checks to get across.
And with my 10-foot pole, I will explore over into that area.
Sure. You tap around, you don't feel anything.
That's it,
as you
Chuck.
get down
Rattle
there.
that pole down that hallway.
I'm good at rattling that pole.
Mhm.
That's how I got my second promotion at my first job.
Use both hands. Safety first.
Yep. All right. Yep. You don't find anything else tapping around. Seems safe. Seems solid.
What about these walls back here? Can I check to see if they're hiding anything?
Sure. You check to see if there's any hidden doors, and you are pretty confident there are none.
Okay. Someone else want to check that? I'm feeling my luck. I've tested it enough at the moment.
I've got a 10-foot pole to push on that door with.
Okay.
And if it doesn't push
Uh,
open, then I've got a grappling hook and some rope.
Have at it.
So this door is slightly different. It's a thicker wooden door, and you push on it, and it looks like the hinge makes it move in, but it kind of stops. Like there's some mechanism holding it closed.
Mm. Two
Maybe in the
people help me
handle,
push
but-
on this door.
Or it could be some thiefly type mechanisms that need to be worked on.
All right. Well, I'm gonna check the floor in front of it again real quick, and then I guess I'll go and inspect the door and see what I see with my thief eyes.
Okay. So you go up to it, and you look at this door, and it does appear to have some sort of lock mechanism built into the wooden door, the left side of it. So looks like
Oh,
it would
good.
need to be.
I can
opened
attempt to
some way.
do one of the things that thieves are actually horrible at, which is open locks.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay. Yep. You fumble around with your pick, and you're not able to get it open.
2/25.
You don't cause any damage to it, but you're like, I don't know if I'm gonna get this just with this lockpick.
All right. Do we force it?
I'm open to whatever. You won't see me forcing it, but someone else can try.
I,
Either that, or we can sit here and try and pick it until Joe says I broke it, and then force it.
Jake, what'd you say?
I'll give it a shot. I'll try and force it.
Sure. Give me a strength check.
Alrighty.
Captain Kieran's got a great idea. We go back and bring the log into here, and then we all get a running start and ram the door.
I think I'm moving it
Good.
with my 5.
No, you slam your shoulder into it. It doesn't seem to do anything.
I like the way that you think there, Captain Kieran.
You know what? Since we got so many rerolls, I'll try it. I'll try a reroll.
Sure.
6.
17. There we go.
There you
There
go.
we go.
So, you don't get it all the way open, but you definitely feel something like break in the door as you throw yourself into it. And it gives a little bit, but it's still, there's some part of this mechanism intact that's holding it there. But it looks like if you did that again, it might go through.
I'll take a. I'll step back 5 feet, kind of hop up and down, and then just take off at a dead sprint and try to bash it with my shoulder.
Okay. So,
That's on a trap on the other side.
Oh!
It falls into. No offense.
Ooh,
Yeah.
dirty
Jake.
20.
you plow
Go
through this
straight
door.
through.
You knock
And
it
into
open.
the spike trap on the other side.
Not quite.
It's even worse.
It's a sheer cliff.
Get a wily coyote yourself here.
Yep.
Hold up a sign that says help. And then
Yep. There's that split second where you're anti-gravity and we can grab you.
So, you throw yourself into this door, and it breaks open, and you run through, and you're right as you pass through this doorway, your foot catches a tripwire, and a net is shot down from the ceiling at you. Give me I think that's a death save or a death ray.
all right.
It's shot at such high velocity it crushes your skull. Like a t-shirt cannon
So-
fired at point blank range.
No, but so you're you charge through, you hit this tripwire, a net's dropped on you, and you're held in place. And you hear this click above you as well, as this
Oh no.
ooze starts leaking out of this hole in the ceiling towards you underneath the net. Uh, I'll give anyone else an action to do something that's nearby.
Where
But
would
you
he
see
be in
Jake.
this room?
So
Can you-
he's right where his token is. So he like
Okay.
tripped and fell over that. He's laying right here. He's like pinned underneath this net. It looks like it's weighted around the edges of the net. So it'd be difficult for him to lift himself up.
Maybe we can
And there's
try
this
and
ooze just
cut him out.
leaking, and this big viscous mass going out of the ceiling towards him.
Joe, I will stand in the doorway and just try and swing my axe down and cut off the nearest weight that I can get to.
Yeah.
Okay, while he's doing that, since I imagine only one of us can be in the door, maybe I'll throw my grappling hook into him so he can grab it, and maybe Torg and I can
You're able
start
to
pulling him out.
move through each other, but only one can be in that space at a time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't want to be in the room, but maybe we can throw him the hook, and then Torg and I can pull him with the rope
Okay.
while Eddie tries to cut him out.
Okay. So make an attack check, Eddie. Um, 9 is not quite enough to hit what you need to on the net to further his progress of getting out of it. So
Poop.
yes, you just whack it. It doesn't seem like you cut a few of the strands or whatever, but it's not enough or in a spot that's
I didn't
useful enough.
get a good clean hit on the rope.
Yeah. Yep. And then Dan, you said you were throwing a grappling hook to him.
Yeah, I figured maybe two of us can try and just pull him out, or the rope and the stones just forward enough at least.
Okay. So you throw your grappling hook. Give me a strength check on this. Just throwing the grappling hook and pulling it. 15.
That's
So
not bad.
you successfully throw the grappling hook, hook it into the net, and pull the net off of Jake, who is still underneath the ooze. The ooze drips down, lands on Jake, and he's now covered in this acidic mass that you see Starlight is slowly eating away at him, burning his character. As you hear these horrible, muffled shrieks from within the blob.
It's in my eyes. Ah, that's
So
made it worse.
So it's
Thanks for
not
those
just
bits.
it's not just honey, and there's not a bear around the corner.
No. The honey is the bear.
Oh, getting the rope off was not enough.
Yep.
Well, there's enough to free him.
Yep.
Yeah, the rest is on him.
We
really.
got 7
I mean-
rerolls back to now.
Oh crap! Yeah, I guess I could have re-rolled my. Well, nah, it wouldn't have done any good.
Yeah,
You
we're
pulled
already
the net
past
off,
that
so-
roll. Well, yeah. You
I
might
was
have
just
been.
saying it because Captain Kyrian threw some more coinage at us.
I mean, potentially, if you were
Thank you
able to
for
cut
the
through
bits.
the net, Jake would have been able to reach the grappling hook because, and he was underneath the net. There was no way for him to grab it.
Right. Right.
Yep. Jake, you're gonna take
He's dead.
several damage.
He's dead.
Okay.
He's-
He's got
This
one
is-
HP.
Oh right. Yeah, you die. You're dissolved into this blob.
who
Well, I
shot
guess
his
we got
character,
ourselves
Jake?
I guess we got ourselves a really cool net now, guys.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So this ooze like kind of maintains its form a little bit around Jake as it dissolves him. As he dies, he kind of slumps down and it just starts dissolving and burning to the floor. The floor of this room has like a bit of a worn old carpet to it. Looks like, but it's now being burnt away and kind of evaporated along with Jake's corpse as it seeps just into the floor. There's a lot of cracks and things in the ground below too. So the the ground in this room is like stone underneath this carpet, and there's all these like checkerboard slits in it that the ooze seems to go through and leaves the room from. So you're able to walk in now without burning.
Great news.
Yep, I'm adding a weighted net to my inventory.
If anybody asks later, we were only 3.
Feel free. The only thing in Jake's place is the black dagger that he picked up.
Oh, dibs.
I'll pick that up on the way in.
I would
As I stand a foot away from his dissolving corpse.
say, if I may, I'll take it because I'm a dagger guy. But
Yeah,
Jake,
I'm-
what character are you busting out next?
I will bust out. Clinker.
All right.
All right.
Is that your fighter or cleric?
That is my fighter.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pick the dagger up and kind of look at it, holding it like by the tip of the handle.
Yeah,
And
it's,
then,
you get like a slight skin rash touching it, but it's not enough that it causes any damage.
I'll kind of
It's
hand
got
it
a
over
horrible
to
smell of like burnt flesh on it.
Dan. I'll hand it to Dan and just be like, "Here, take that," and kind of wipe my fingers on his shoulder.
my cloak.
My cloak.
Yep. But
It's
dagger
like,
seems
"Ooh, I don't
totally
have
intact.
fingerprints
Doesn't
on
seem
these
to be-
anymore."
Like there's no wear at all in this dagger from that.
Impressive. A little scary, but impressive.
It's dragon glass.
But yeah, so the rest
Good
of what
for
you see
killing
in this
White
room,
Walkers
it
with.
looks to be like a little like a storage room. You see checkerboarded. It kind of looks like a wine rack. If you've seen like the X pattern
Yeah.
grid that wine bottles are stored on, but you see like a bunch of scroll tubes. And there's a little table in the corner with some parchment spread across it. Little table. Just looks just to be like this little library study.
How many scroll tubes are there?
You see 17 scroll tubes.
I'll take them all and stuff them in my bag.
All right. You do so.
What else is there in the room, Joe?
A few of them, as you grab them, kind of fall apart. So you're able to take 15.
Okay. Because I know we have a wizard friend back at camp that might be able to do something with these.
Let's see. What else in the room? You just see that scroll rack on one side, the little table, parchment. You see like a little cot in the south east corner of the room. But that's about it.
I feel like it'd be relevant to check our walls still, since we've been doing it everywhere.
Sure. Who's doing it?
All right.
I think you're the most suitable for it, since it's a D6 for you.
Sure. I'll use my 10-foot stick to check all the walls.
Okay.
As one of the party dwarves, you're cursed to check walls.
That's fair.
So you check this wall, don't find anything. You check this wall, and as you tap on it, same thing, kind of gives a little bit. You see like a seam outline in the wall as it opens, giving way. Some
I
loose
bet
dust
this is
falls
where he
free.
hid his Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah.
In the
I'll
spot
push
on the
it
wall
open.
that I accidentally revealed when I first drew the room is a hidden little nook.
Ooh. what do we
Ironically, I don't
find
think
in
my
there?
map was scrolled over far enough to see that.
But so you see this little like 10 by 10 room. It's raised up a little bit. It's kind of like this cubby, and in the center of it is a chest, wooden chest.
Oh, we know what to do with those.
Dan, this is all you.
Everybody get out of the room first.
I'll stay over here.
I'm gonna Can I like kind of hook my grappling hook on the back of it or something maybe?
Yeah, you can. I imagine there's enough of the lip on one of the hinges or something that you're able to wedge the
So
hook
I
on.
just kind of want to try and wedge it back there and then step back and just pull it out.
Okay. So you're trying to pull it out of this nook. So one thing I'll mention is that it's raised off the ground a little bit. So if you were pulling it out, it would like come out and then
Yep.
fall off the step. Okay. So
Maybe we can put the cot underneath it so it can catch it a little bit.
sure.
Break the
Yeah, you
wall.
can do that. You can slide that cot under.
Just
You
in
move
case
it, and there's like a lot of
fragile.
insects and things that looks like they've been living inside of the fibers of this cot as you slide it, and you see them kind of like slither into the cracks of the floor to do
Gross.
that. But it still seems spongy enough or springy enough that you're able to. You feel like it would break the fall somewhat. Slide it under this opening, hook on it, pull it, chest comes out, crashes. You hear a spring mechanism go off, but the lid doesn't open. You just hear like a and it settles on the cot. Lid's still
Okay.
closed.
Open it from the side, not standing in front of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it locked or
You don't see a lock on it.
okay? Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Just from the side, see if I can pop it open.
Okay.
I'm gonna be doing one of these things where I'm like,
So you open it from the side. You hear another click, and you hear a similar sound to that dark mechanism that almost hit you guys in the other room. But it doesn't seem any darts are loaded in the mechanism. And as you look in, you see 4 darts just kind of rolling around in it. You hear the mechanism go off, nothing flies out of the room, and you're looking into this chest.
hooray!
So,
Now we have 4 poison darts that we can use for something.
Yeah, you see inside of here a book, 100 more copper, and a set of silverware.
Is it fancy silverware?
Looks pretty nice. It's like actual silverware.
Wow. I'll hold. Do you want to put that in our party inventory, or am I going to add that to my mess kit?
I'm putting that in the party inventory. If it's made out of silver, we can sell that shit.
Yeah.
200 copper and silverware.
Gosh, just to be selfish here, I might take my short sword here real quick and just poke the walls real quick and make sure there's no like false sides or bottoms.
Of the chest?
Chest. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You poke it. Doesn't seem to be any.
Okay.
Seems to be solid. And even kind of like looking at it, the dimensions line up with it.
Check out.
Like,
Okay.
Is there anything going on with this book?
so you look at it. It's pretty dusty. It's got this thick like twine wrapped around it, holding it closed.
I am not going to open it.
It's
right.
the Booty Nomicon.
Yep, that's
Right.
it. You just see copper, silverware in this book that's
All right.
closed
Yeah,
with
we'll-
twine.
We'll fish that stuff out and then make our way towards our next pending death trap.
Okay. You do so. You step out of the room, back to the hallway. You have the far left door or the south door.
South door. It's the closest left.
South door
Yeah.
next to the spike pit.
Can we push it?
Are we
Um,
gonna have a chance for Jake's character to join back in?
Oh, also
Oh,
that.
I'm assuming that he's already back like
Ah.
at this point. So if we're not in the middle of combat or something like dire, I'm just assuming that like your character's there to fill it, just to make it easy.
Want to introduce your new character, Jake?
Yeah.
Yes, he is a Veshkali halfling named Clinker on account of the fact that he wears chainmail.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice. So yeah,
Fancy.
he joins the ranks as a seat opened up for him. Um, how? Okay, so there's this door. It's up right next to the spike pit. What's your approach to getting this?
I just wanted to see if I can push it first, if it pushes open or not. Otherwise, I'll maybe work my ladder across the pit so I can stand on it in front of the door.
Okay,
And
so
then,
like stretching your ladder from like here, from like
like,
there to here.
I'm
Okay,
not seeing your, yeah, something like that.
yeah. Okay, yeah, you can do that.
So I just
Um,
want to try and push on it first without being like in front of it directly. But
okay, like standing off to the side, like reaching
yeah,
around the corner and pushing on it. Yeah, it seems like it opens into the room, and it's not locked.
okay, yeah, I'll use my pole to kind of like push it the rest of the way open. And
Okay. Yep. It opens up and you see you kind of can look around and it looks. Or let me reveal it. There. So you see, just looking down from the hallway, it looks like a room with 4 cots.
I was 10-foot pole check it real quick.
Okay.
And
You tap there with a 10-foot pole. Right when you tap this doorway, underneath the door, it slants down and forms like a ramp that if you were to step there, it would slide you into the pit.
Exciting.
this place is dirty. Is it just like this section right here in front,
It
or
is
or is it
yes.
like
So it's this. It's just like the lip right next to it. So you would still be able to stretch your ladder like diagonally from the opening across into the room.
okay?
Yeah.
Um, do we want to do that? Check it out just in case.
Might as well. I mean, they put a trap there.
Yeah. So I'll readjust the ladder a little bit, and I'll still check the floor some more as I go in.
Okay.
There we go.
So you start poking around as you go in.
Mhm.
As you're poking around in here, it's like it's just solid stone floor, like most of the rest of it. You don't feel anything. Doesn't seem to flip anything for you.
Okay. So if we look around, are there
Yeah.
any like boxes or anything, or just these cots that we can see?
So you see these cots, and they're all raised up with like these wooden frames underneath them. They're kind of like box frames underneath each of the cots.
Kind of poke them, maybe.
Yep, you poke around at them. Poke each of them. When you poke this one, it's when you poke the cot in the southeast corner,
Mhm.
it kind of shifts a little bit. The other ones felt like secure, but this one shifted.
Okay. For what it's worth, I don't think we're seeing like your pings and stuff, Joe. I'm not sure why,
Oh, really? Okay.
or maybe it's just me.
I didn't see
Do you
it,
not
but
see this? I'm painting right in that square.
no,
Oh, why?
you broke it.
Oh, I see
That
that
was
orange
mine.
ping.
Well,
Okay.
that's lame. Uh, oh, wait. You see this?
Yep.
Yep, there we
There we
are.
go. I was on the wrong layer. Okay. I didn't
Ah,
realize the layer affected your pings. Okay. So, yeah. You feel this box, the box underneath this cot shift as you poke at it.
Okay.
Feels like it's
Um,
loose.
uh,
let's just pull it off.
I'll put my little grappling hook on it and try
Okay.
and pull it towards the away from the wall.
Sure. So you put your hook on it, you pull it, and as you slide it out, there's like this little opening in the floor underneath it, like a little cubby hole stash. And in it, you just see a bunch of papers and books and things all underneath it.
Okay. Just out of paranoia, I'll first take my pole and just work around in the cubbyhole
Okay.
first.
You tap around in there. As you tap around in there, you hear rustling as a rat jumps out, just a small one, and kind of scampers across the floor.
Okay, not the face-eating kind of rat, but the kind that
No,
is actually afraid
No.
of me.
yeah,
That's
scampers.
the best kind. If nothing's going on, then I guess I'll get those papers and stuff fished out. And
Okay. So you start fishing out the papers. As you're going through them, you see a lot of them are like chewed up. Looks like this rat's been eating away at a lot of it. But it looks to just be. Actually, what languages does your character know? Is that
it's the halfling, so I assume probably common and halfling. They're not smart enough to know anything else, I don't think.
okay? You would not know what language these are in.
I will give it to the
But
person who's
the
been
most
collecting
you
all
can
the
get out
papers.
of it, you see like a lot of geometric shapes. Like you see, it's like just a bunch of little paragraphs. Occasionally, there's these weird geometric shapes scrawled over it.
And
Uh,
what was
and
this again?
so this is like the little cubby stash hole underneath the bed,
Mhm.
and you see like all these papers that have these scribblings on them with geometric shapes, but you don't know the language that it's written in.
Well, I'll turn it over to Torg and somebody
Yep.
else can look at this.
Yep, I'll save it. We can check it back out when we get to the surface.
Okay.
So I think that was
Just put it as like
probably.
strange papers.
Yep.
I'll give it a quick wall check too, just to make sure.
Okay. Tap around. And you do not find any secret walls or anything in here.
Okay.
All right.
With that in mind, I guess it's time to get out and make our way to this other door then.
Okay. Sure. Yep. In this hallway, there's just the door to the left, or I guess the west.
Start
You're able
tapping our way to
use
that
the
door.
10-foot pole.
Yep.
Tap, tap. When you tap right here, a similar sight as before in the dungeon. When you see
Ah,
hot burning holes and bits of metal and things just rain from the ceiling on this one spot. Just out of reach, though. And you feel the heat blast from it a little bit, but not enough to hurt you.
swear I could be blind and make my way through this dungeon at this rate. It's just
I would love to know who is heating up this shit before they drop it on us.
So you hear a bit of a charge go off right as the door opens. And then you can see there's like a bit of powder and stuff up there. It looks like it's like this heated metal explosion
ignited or whatever.
above the ceiling. Yeah.
Gotcha. It's flak.
Yeah.
Here's a Zippo on a string.
All right.
That's it.
And I'm going to say we're going to end it probably right there because it's right at 1 o'clock. So with that, I've managed to kill one of your characters.
Yeah.
Almost two.
Almost two. Yep.
Yeah, it
Reroll
would have
saved
had
one
two
of
if it wasn't for a reroll. Yeah,
Yep.
I've got us down. We still got 7 rerolls for next session.
It's true.
Woo!
So awesome. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm gonna work a little bit more on the map setup, so next time we stream, you should be able to watch and see the map along with us. I'll have that set up and ready to go. But yeah, thank you for everyone that tuned in. What do we have going on this week?
I just put the schedule. So in the thing. So today is now technically Saturday. So 1 p.m. Saturday, Free League Publishing. We're going to be continuing to run our Forbidden Lands game. Jake and Dan are in there along with Jeff and Melissa from the Lollygaggers and Adam and Jen from Grim and Perilous Studios. Sunday is Valentine's Day. I ain't doing shit. I think Bert is running something over on his channel, Steam, Steel, and Murder. This Monday over on Free League Publishing, you can catch Joe, Dan, and I on Free League Publishing, twitch.tv/Free League Publishing for some more
Might kill
Vesson.
Caius.
Yeah, where we might kill Jeremy's character. Yeah. Vesson, Jeff's running it for us. This coming Wednesday is Spectaculars here on Defenders of Cobalt. Starts at 10 p.m. Central. And then Friday will be Mutineer Zero. The important thing is Monday, we're kicking off our Kickstarter for our next issue of the zine. So
The Dies in the End series.
yeah, Dies in the End series. This time I am the one who has to die.
No reroll will save him.
No rerolls will save me. So that's this week.
Cool. A lot going on. But yeah, thanks again, everyone that tuned in and watched the show with us. We will be back in 2 weeks to resume this dungeon crawl through the cavern that they found underneath the mine that they're trying to drill. So
We'll see what
see
other
what it
animals
has.
we can ban from the chat.
yeah,
Yes. Horse is the big one. I mean,
right.
fuck horses, right? Like, but
They're
not
evil.
literally, because
That's
how
why
you
we
die.
had to ban them, Chuck.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Yeah. But yep. Until next time.
I don't even know if
Everyone
you could
stays
say
safe.
that on Twitch.
And
Say what?
Fuck horses.
say what?
Yeah, you can say fuck horses on Twitch.
Probably can.
Both
You just
is
can't get
the
fucked
like.
by horses on Twitch.
Yeah, that's naughty.
It's not good. But, we're gonna go to bed. See you guys.
With that, it's bedtime. Good night, everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Have a good night.